Why, hello everybody! Welcome to the stream. We're starting something new today. We are playing Solar Ash. If you haven't heard of this game, it's a really pretty game by the Heart Machine team. They're the same people who made Hyper Light Drifter, which, if you don't know, is my favorite game. It's a good game, it's a great game, it's a fantastic game. Both Hyper Light Drifter and Heart Machine, Hyper Light Drifter and Solar Ash cover topics that are very near and dear to me as an individual. Hyper Light is mostly about like chronic illness and whatnot, whereas Solar Ash is more about trauma and like PTSD and what it's like to experience that, which makes it a very good game and a very relatable game, I find. So yeah, we're gonna get into that in just a moment. I'm gonna look at my points because I already see you all redeeming points like little monsters. All right, hydrate from Chatnubis. Okay. Lemonade again. Ooh, still sour. And first, good job on getting first. Congratulations. So special, so important. So wonderful, Uwu. I'm gonna close this. That way I don't have to deal with it. Alright. That should speed up stream and stuff. All right, so we're gonna start. I'm gonna start on a new file. As you can see, I've already played this game and 100%ed it because I don't know, a monster. I'm gonna check some stuff though. Okay, yeah, that's fine. Audio, everything's good. If things are too loud or too quiet, let me know. This game has a bit of unsettling noise to it. So if something is too loud or too quiet, please tell me so I can ensure that we have good mixing. Because I can't hear what you're hearing. So yeah. Alright, let's begin. No. Nah. English. Difficulty level. We'll do standard. I think standard is fine. And we're gonna get an opening cutscene, I'm pretty sure. The edge of the ultra void, a world-eating black hole. Nothing can stop it from consuming another planet except... the Starseed, a colossal device hypothesized to destroy black holes. Its creators, the Void Runners, have embarked on an impossible mission to save their home. The final member, Ray, has reached the event horizon but lost all communication. Leaving everything behind, she prepares to pass through the cusp of reality.
Another one. I told you all to leave me alone!
The intro to this game is so pretty. I'm sorry, I was just like in awe of the music and the like sound design and everything. It's really nice. It's very pretty. It's very appealing to me. It's loading too. There we go. God, her outfit's so pretty. Ashen Ruins. Alright. Alright, press and hold.
Can't believe I made it.
Alright. I already know the basic kind of setup here. I gotta get used to the floaty controls. Oh god. This game puts Sonic to shame, for anyone who doesn't know. It really does put Sonic to shame. Which is sad, because like... ugh. And...
Void Runner shield kit. The crew must be nearby.
okay. Me who knows how this game ends. And up we go. Now, the only thing that I can voice that is a pain in the ass at this game is that, like, there are some really tricky maneuvers you gotta do in this game. It's pretty frustrating. Oh, and the fact that you get real disoriented when you play this game.
My planet. It's in the Ultra Void's pull. But it's not too late.
Yeah, so that's the planet up
This is
there.
Can any Void Runners hear me? I'm looking at the Starseed. It's intact but not operational. Scanning for conduits.
That's pretty, though. Use L1, I think. There we go.
Reading on the SID node at the base. Let's turn it on. Wait, what's that?
And you just get fucking launched.
You can hear this. Just ran into some kind of massive serpent anomaly. Watch yourselves.
Alright. Look how, like, intimidating that thing is, though. I love the aesthetic of this game.
Still work.
I've been boosting this whole time, girl. Alright, crater, starseed impact zone. Look at it go.
Signal interference overload. Initializing in safe mode.
It said.
Hello, user. We are SID, centralized Yottabyte database.
Yottabyte.
Awaiting input.
Yottabyte.
Sid? It's Ray. What happened to you? Where's the team?
We are SID. Systems offline. Anomalous impediments detected. Sending locations data to your multi-tool.
There's no way I can activate the starseed without Sid. Better scan for these anomalies and hope there's a way to remove the interference.
Updating the map. Alright, crater. We are now here. Okay. Okay, so which way should we go first? I think look how big that guy is. He's so intimidating. Look at him. So dark and broody. Alright, let's go this way first, because I see shiny over there. Yeah. Oh, come on. There we go. Huh. Come on. Alright.
Shields are full. For now.
Oh, yeah, I don't have max shields. Whoopsie. There we go. What's up this way? I don't remember what's up here. Oh! Crystal! Hell yeah. Money! Alright. Wah! Alright, we'll go up this way first. I think this is a good place to start up here. Oh, no, let's see. What is it? It's...
Putrid. This must be one of those anomalies. Better clear it out.
Can I not do the... No, that's scanning. Can I not do the thing I like to do? Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. You little bastard! Come here! You fucking bastard! Hey, did you see that? He just rammed into me! God damn! Alright, we gotta avoid this, because that looks not safe. Ugh. It makes like this uncomfortable schlorping sound. I'm not very here for the schlorping. Are you guys pro or anti-schlorp? That's my question. Oh, almost fell. Okay. I'm up. Oh, pretty glass. No? No pretty glass? Can I just like, wait. I can? Really? I didn't do this last time when I played. I was just like, okay, well, I'm playing, I guess. And I didn't actually try to climb up this thing. And now I have. I'm kind of happy about it. What's your leg doing, girl? Oh, your knee is twitching. Okay, Heart Machines games are great. The graphics are great. The stylization is great. The gameplay is great. This game puts Sonic to shame real hardcore because Sonic cannot make a good skating game, apparently. 95% of the time. I got to... There we go. Oh! Stab it right in the eye. Well, that doesn't look very safe. Alright then. That doesn't seem very good.
One down, but there's still interference.
I love that there's no fall damage in this game. Because I remember playing this like a while ago when I got it. And fucking I would fall from the highest of highs. It was a problem. Oh, I could see like other areas that you guys have no knowledge of. Which is really cool, honestly. I didn't realize I could see them over here. Oh. Too much? Okay. I understand. Hey, yo! Hey, yo, secret sign! Secret, that's a secret sign. Can I just... Oh, no, okay. Okay. There... Oh, I know how to get to it. Alright.
A Void Runner cache. Please tell me the logs are intact.
It's beautiful. Are you guys seeing this? Look! The star seed implanted successfully. Yeah! We're gonna be heroes! I knew I'd join you crazy lowlights for a reason. Checking the... What? No, this can't be happening. Oh, yeah, stay with me. Damn it. Everyone on the rock, all the instruments are going haywire. Hearing is gone. I can't.
Oof. Sounds like a crash to me. Alright. This suit reduces time slip cooldown. Alright.
They have to be okay. I just need to find the other Void Runners.
Now I'm wearing a pretty suit. A pretty your suit. Okay, and this allows for me to do the time slip stuff, which makes things a lot easier. Alright, cool. Anything? Nope. Come up this way. Ugh, and here's where things start to get a little trippy. Wow! Oh! Oh! Hell yeah! I didn't expect that to work very well. Oof. And up. All right. Oh, there's a checkpoint over there. Okay. Sweet.
Bet I could grapple up there if I get close enough.
All right. All right. Easy. The grapple mechanic gives me the same type of energy as the little not teleport, slingshot mechanic in Sumeru.
There must be one more.
The little star flowers. It's all mucky. Yuck. Yuck. Oh, I see a shiny gem over there. Come over here. Let me see you up close. I see that gem. Come over here. Hell yeah. Oh, still some. Yeah, okay. Alright. Let's go this way. Oh god. Come here. Yeah. Oh, I remember this one. Okay, did you know I had to actually look up a guide for this one in my original playthrough? I'm gonna clear the path first, so I'm not struggling. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, you're just up there. Got it. Oh, so here's another fun fact. Look at that. There's an area up there that I can't reach. It's so trippy. This game is so trippy. It's just absolutely like the trippiest thing I've ever played, I think. I have not found a game that is more like disorienting in a good way than this one. Like it disorients me hardcore, but it's not so bad that like I can't play it. Because there are some games that are really disorienting and I can't play them for that reason due to my TBI. It almost screams you're gonna have a seizure if you're not careful. It's gonna overwhelm your brain too much. You're gonna get too stressed out and it's gonna make you have a seizure. This one though, this one's fine. This one's disorienting in a way that's like I can still wrap my head around where I need to go, what I need to do. Sometimes I need a second to recompose myself and understand what I'm doing. Come on. Come on, we can do it. Oh, yes! First try. Okay. Crater Ouroboros massive anomaly. Shout out to anybody who knows what Ouroboros is. If you know what Ouroboros is, then I am impressed. Excuse me, and I applaud you. Okay.
I guess I made it mad. Here goes nothing.
Okay, let's go after it. Boss fight time. The boss fights in this game are fun.
Should time slip to close the distance.
Oh, come on. Come on, we got this. We got this. Come on. Hell yeah. Oh, it angy. It angy. Oh, I'm stuck.
It's getting weaker.
All right, we're gonna let it come a little. Oh. Let's go. Oh god. No. Oh. Oh. No, get out of the mic. Oh. This is it's challenging in a really satisfying way to do this. Hell yeah. Oh, but it's so satisfying when you get it. All right.
Just stay down.
It ain't gonna do that. Let's be honest here. I like that this one doesn't attack you though, because I think I would get too overwhelmed if it did. All right, last round. Oh. Oh, damn. I knew it couldn't be that easy. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort for me, bud. That's a little too close for me, my guy. All right, I got an updated shield. Come on! Come on! We can do it! No! Oh, right into the void! Alright. I'm snake riding. I feel like, the episode about the bullworm in SpongeBob, where they're trying to ride the Alaskan bullworm. That's what this feels like right now. Oh, shit! Man. Okay. Whoa, a little close, buddy. Woo! Come on. No! Oh! Oh! Oh, shit. Come on, chat. Cheer for me. We can do this. How we feeling, chat? How we feeling about this boss? How we feeling about first boss of the game? Go, go, go. Is that how we feeling about tutorial boss? I love this boss's design, though. Not even gonna lie. Oh, I almost missed that. Oh, I almost missed that. Come here. Oh, oh, oh! Hell yeah! Nice.
An end, a beginning. Around we go.
Why is that poll on? Give me one moment. That is not the poll that should be on. Incorrect poll moment? Hold on, let me fix that real quick. Come on, please load. I thought I changed the poll. I guess I didn't. That is my bad. Okay. Here, I got it coming up. Hold on. Okay, so now I'm here. We need to go to Cloudbot. Then we need to go to polls. All right. Now I gotta think of a poll that would be good to have. Let's see. Oh, I got it. There we go. That's a good poll. I like that poll. Where'd it go? A nice 2-question poll, and now my Twitch is glitching out. Oh, fuck. Come on. Alright, let's see if the poll came up now. Add. Fair. Well, good thing I'm not moving forward then. Let me know when it adds up. Sure you all will. Sure you all can't hear this. Nose is itchy. Alright, I think everything's good now.
What is this place? Who are you?
Now we can continue with this section.
I was someone once, but no longer. Now I am merely an echo.
I don't have time for this. How do I get out of here?
I have heard that question so many times before. Useless as ever.
That's enough! Send me back or get out of my way!
I'm not in your way. The only thing standing between you and your precious starseed are remnants. Remnants of lost hope. Nothing more.
That remnant nearly killed me. But I won't let that stop me from saving my people.
Yes, yes. You need to fix everything. Ever the hero. I grow tired of this.
Yikes. Ah, and then I lose a shield. Sometimes it just happens. Sometimes you just lose a shield. Although if I remember correctly, Sid is nice enough to help us. Alright. And then the corpse dissolves.
Ray, you made it. Are you all right?
I love Sid.
Sid, I'm not sure. I might be seeing things.
The ultravoid is known to have deleterious effects on biotic life forms. And it seems to have had quite an effect on us as well. We spent a very uncomfortable amount of time in safe mode.
I'm just glad you're back online. Can you contact the rest of the Void Runners now that the interference is gone?
We cannot connect to starseed conduits in any other sectors. Their signals must also be blocked by those anomalies.
The remnants.
Ah, remnants. Yes. If you remove these remnants, our network communication should resume, and we will be able to activate the starseed, collapse the ultravoid, and thereby release our planet from its perilous gravitational pull.
If the conduits are already set up, then the other Void Runners must have made it.
We hope so too, Ray. We wish we could be more helpful, but our memories appear to be incomplete.
All right, Sid. I'll reconnect with the other runners and reactivate your nodes.
Be careful, Ray. We're in this together. We'll help however we can.
Alright. How can you help?
We have many starseed conduits throughout the ultravoid. They were placed to collect environmental data and calculate energy frequencies. Conduits also function as teleport paths, repair stations, and info hubs. How can we help you?
Let's scan for
Scan
caches.
Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. You have recovered all of the Void Runner logs in this sector.
I thought so.
How can we help you?
Let's repair a shield cell. Hey, yo.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Let's see. I found a Void Runner
Void
log.
Runner log. It sounds like they crash landed. No sign of the team.
We're sorry, Ray. We're as mystified as you are. If you can retrieve more of their logs, it may help defragment our memory cells.
Can you hail the Polaris?
I've been radioing my ship, but haven't had any response. Can you hail the XR Polaris?
If you know what Polaris is, it's the North Star. Just a heads up. Polaris is the name of the North Star.
It appears the remnants are blocking our signal. We will keep monitoring that wavelength in case a signal gets through.
Other questions?
We've always got time for our favorite Void Runner.
Oh, that's cute. I think she's the only Void Runner though. Like I'm pretty sure we're standing here at the end. Do you remember our mission?
How much do you remember about our mission?
The Ultra Void is pulling our planet into its orbit. We need to activate the starseed in order to collapse the Ultra Void, rendering it inert.
I'm glad you didn't lose all your memories, Sid. I'm glad you remember me.
Of course we do. Do you have any questions about our mission?
How did we get into a black hole?
Sid, remind me how we were able to enter a black hole.
With Void Tech, of course. We Void Runners are among the very few who have managed to harness and experiment with the properties of void energy. By combining protons and antiprotons in a controlled way, we are able to produce massive amounts of energy. This energy can be used for scanning, shielding, attacking, or even as fuel for your grab boosters. Without it, you would have been crushed to death.
Oh, lovely. Very comforting, Sid. How many people are still on our home planet?
Our world has attempted to evacuate as many people as it could, but most citizens do not own spacecraft capable of leaving the planet's orbit. In addition, many of our larger ships were already off-planet, exploring parts of the galaxy unknown. We don't know exactly how many, but a substantial percentage of our planet's population is still there, trapped.
Is there any other way to stop this?
There were many proposed solutions, but our planet's nations and governments debated the best course of action, while we slipped further and further into the pull of the Ultra Void.
That honestly sounds like something that would happen on our actual planet right now. Like, instead of actually doing anything, the governments of the world would just argue back and forth the whole time until the world eventually just destroyed. Like, that just seems like something that would actually happen and is true to life, so it's kind of unfortunate.
Ultimately, a solution could not be agreed upon, and the debate only led to more division and bloodshed. That's why the Void Runners took it upon themselves to solve this problem in their own unorthodox way.
Like, that's a whole trip, you know? It's like this vigilante group, this, like, off-the-books group decided to handle it themselves because the government couldn't do it for them. Yeah, global warming, that's a great example of, like, that in practice. It's kind of a shame. What is Void Tech?
Fill me in on the history of Void Tech.
The Void Runners unearthed an ancient artifact while exploring deep beneath our planet's crust. We don't fully understand who or what originally made it, but we have adapted it for our needs. Its discovery paved the way for the creation of the Starseed. The capabilities of Void Tech are immeasurable. It can control particles that exist and don't exist at the same time. Such entanglement is still beyond the understanding of traditional science. But we've found it quite practical as a tool to move swiftly through the hazards of space, and to contain and utilize great amounts of energy.
It's interesting because, and here's a little bit of info dumping because I'm really into Heart Machines games. They're 2 games right now until Breaker comes out later this year. But it really, like, Void Tech, from how it behaves, how it acts, everything it does, it really reminds me of the tech that the Drifter uses in Hyperlight. Like, it feels like Hyperlight. That's just how it looks, how it appears to me. And the two do exist in the same world. We see the same species later that are in Hyperlight later in the game. So they're connected and possibly even the same planet. It's just that one obviously takes place way far in the future as compared to the other one. So it's kind of interesting. Although it seems that in Hyperlight it was ancient to even them. So that's worth noting too. What do you know about remnants?
What do you know about the remnants?
Not much. But we were able to unscramble some of our data readings from your encounters with them.
Temperature.
Get a temperature reading on them.
They seem to have an extremely variable temperature. In a docile state, it is roughly 310 degrees Kelvin.
Hold on. I'm curious. What would Velkin be? That's not an actual measurement, is it? That's not like an actual temperature reading, is it? No, that's the name of the medicine. So is it Kelvin? Is that what they're actually referencing? So I'm curious, what is 310 Kelvin to Celsius? Because Kelvin is a... Okay. So would it be... And so that's 37 Celsius. And what would that be in Fahrenheit? About 96 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, so it is just a rename for Kelvin.
However, they can rapidly increase their temperatures. We are not sure exactly how high, but based on our energy readings, temperatures can approach 10,000 degrees.
Ooh. Okay, so at a docile state, they're at 310 Kelvin, or Velkin in this game, which is 36 degrees Celsius, or 97 degrees Fahrenheit. However, 10,000 degrees Velkin is 9,727 Celsius, which is... well, shit. That's a lot. What is that in Fahrenheit for everybody who doesn't speak Celsius? Everybody who doesn't speak European. Fucking damn, that's okay. 17,540 degrees Fahrenheit. Shit, that's a lot. Yeah, it would make sense that she just kind of explodes when she touches these guys.
If you stay in contact with one for too long, you might evaporate.
Global warming indeed. Facts. All right. Why are they interrupting your signal?
Why are they interrupting your signal?
I'm not entirely sure, but they emit a powerful chaotic signal that's completely scrambling our communications. If they are attempting to communicate, they are doing it in a highly disordered way.
All right. Do they have any weaknesses?
Do they have any weaknesses?
The remnants seem to be driven by a heavily fortified primary energy source. Multi-tool scans show a complex nervous system attached to the primary energy core. Attacking certain nerve endings causes the energy core to be exposed.
How do I find these weak points?
How do I find these weak points?
Why did it say it interrupted the signal? It's energy pulses, essentially. So they let out such intense energy that it just kind of like interrupts stuff.
Your multi-tool has been tuned to detect higher concentrations of the remnant's energy, as well as that energy's flow through its nervous system. It will do its best to project the locations of exposed nerves and energy on a remnant.
So essentially, we're just like pressure pointing this guy. We're using acupuncture to kill it. Got it. I can do the why are they interrupting your signal again?
Interrupting your signal.
I'm not entirely sure, but they emit a powerful chaotic signal that's completely scrambling our communications.
So they emit a powerful chaotic signal that's completely scrambling our communications.
If they are attempting to communicate, they are doing it in a highly disordered way.
All right. There we go. Hope that helped. All right, so I need something else.
Actually, I need something else.
All right, leave.
See, you've done some repairs to your shields, but they are still damaged. Please, take this plasma. You can utilize it for further maintenance.
Thanks, Sid.
Hey, yo, enough to...
Welcome back, Ray. What can we do for you?
That's enough to give me a whole other shield. Hey, yo!
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Thank you, Sid. You're the best. Sid is great. Me and my homies love Sid. If you don't like Sid, there's a problem with you. I'm sorry. Sid is incredible. You can fight me on that. Any plasma? If anybody who's in chat needs to hear a line or read a line again, just let me know and I'll play it. If it's not in a cutscene, that is, then I'll replay it. Got all that. Trying to make sure I have some plasma on hand. I think I got everything. Okay. Look at that guy. He looks so distressed. He looks so sad, so tearful. Alright, come on, buddy.
Wonder what's on the other side.
There it goes. Time to see how Sonic this game really is, because here's where things get a little a little too close for comfort. All right, ravaged Faruki City, the broken capital.
That's Baruchi architecture. They vanished over 100 years ago.
So this is
Guess this is what happened to them.
this is one of the species I was referring to when I said that some of the species in Hyperlight show up in Solar Ash. The Varuki are one of them. There is a Void Runner cache. Ugh. God, this area, it's so trippy. Anyway, so the Varuki are these like, it's the name is a pun on the word tanuki in Japanese, which if you don't know what a tanuki is, it's a red panda. Pretty much that's what people know them as in the West. It's the red panda, or raccoon dogs is another one. They're very nice. They're very sweet animals.
Sigil. Someone came through here.
They can be very like aggressive sometimes, but they're nice animals. Okay. Oh God, I'm on the underside now. The disorientation. But yeah, they are in Hyperlight Drifter. You can see them in Hyperlight Drifter. They are in the East zone. You can see them, and you can also find them in the West. And they are the species that went to war with the Blue. So, yeah. Or at least that people believe went to war with the Blue.
Lost radio contact. Suppose I should have seen that coming. It's just you and me now, old girl. I've fought in 3 planetary wars. Seen entire cities leveled by fire from the sky. All child's play compared to what's at stake here. And this void ain't no place for an old dog and her man. No days, no nights. Downright impossible to keep track of time. No time to wallow in it, though. I know my grandkids are watching me from above, counting on me. Come on, pup. Stop sniffing other people's bones. That ain't polite. We got a job to do. Looks like there's a Veruki city over the horizon. There's hope yet. If they survived impact, maybe our planet could too.
Wasn't their religion also a peaceful one until they had to fight? Like one that didn't condone violence, and then the frogs came too. Yeah, pretty much. Or it's likely that one of their religions was like that.
I need to keep looking.
It's very possible that what happened was that, it was just a difference between politics and religion. Because there's a lot of religions in the world, in our modern day world, that don't condone violence, yet people still commit violence. You know what I mean? Like, the two aren't mutually exclusive. People will always find a way to justify aggression towards each other. And so I imagine that something similar happened with the Veruki, where they have a religious system that they all kind of, like, buy into, and they all are pretty attached to. It's kind of like part of their species culture. But despite that fact, they still went to war. And it's possible that half of them stayed back and half of them didn't, because they are on that land, which doesn't seem Veruki native. Like, I wouldn't guess it's Veruki native, but yeah. It's likely that they didn't condone violence.
The life forms here are pretty messed up.
Or perhaps they didn't, because there's not much to say. We can only interpret. I hate these guys. Ayo. I hate those guys. Those little fuckers. I hate them. They make me mad. They hit me too much. Alright. I'm gonna get this plasma. Oh, shit. God damn it, I fell. Okay, well, I mean, I'm not surprised that happened. Oh, no. Oh, no. Brain. Okay, there we go. Sometimes you get the trajectory wrong, and it's a problem. That's the one thing, is that she doesn't turn sharp enough to make it easy to make the most minute maneuvers. But then again, like, I just want that one! No! Damn it. Hello, Burrito. Welcome. I feel like you'd like this game. But welcome to the stream. Totally fine to lurk. Although I feel like you'd like how pretty this game is. Well, I was like, huh, you know who would like this aesthetic? Burrito. Anyway, welcome to the stream. We're playing Solar Ash. Glad to see you. Glad to see you. Feel free to lurk. Totally fine. Yes, I got it. Can I? No, I can't save myself. Okay, I'm in the clouds now. But yeah, welcome, and happy to have you. And we climb up here. And we go like that. Then we go over there. What? And hop over. Oh god. Let's not slide off, thanks. I like that this game somehow, like, magically, out of the ability of its own capabilities. I don't know how. I don't know how they did it. I don't know how Heart Machine managed it. But they made a game that, despite being a mixture of platforming and gotta go fast, you can do it. And that's really a testimony to just how good this game is and how sad Sonic games are. It makes me really upset because I want Sonic games to be like really, really good, but really, only the most recent one has been super nice in my opinion.
One of the runners must have come this way.
Yo, Wojtek? Yeah, interact. And it's really unfortunate.
That could come in handy.
Hey, yo. Plasma. But no, as I was saying, I feel like I'm ragging on Sonic games a lot, because like they could do so much better. And I saw a lot of people being like, oh yeah, no, maybe Sega just doesn't know what they're doing. Maybe they just don't, maybe it's impossible to make a game that is the equivalent of gotta go fast and platforming. And then this game came out and it was all over for them. It was so sad. It was such a sad time. I went onto the Solar Ash Reddit and saw that those opinions so frequently circulated, and in my brain I'm just going, oh, that is so unfortunate. Oh, whoa. Well, I'm gonna wait for it to... There's no way. I didn't mean to launch into that. I know. There we go. That was not how you were supposed to do that, but we take those. Hey, yo. How'd you get back up there, girl?
One anomaly down.
But no, it's a shame. Sega, take pointers from this game. This game is too good, and also the graphics are really pretty. I know that I've been keeping up with Heart Machine's developer blog for a really long time, and I've seen a lot of how they develop their games. I've seen a lot of like their in progress stuff because they like sharing that stuff a lot on social media, like on Twitter and whatnot. And so I've been following them for a while, so I've seen a lot of their like in progress images for Solar Ash.
Its weak spot is exposed. I might be able to cut through it.
Well, we did. But I've seen a lot of the in progress stuff for Solar Ash, and like you could tell they took inspiration from actual rollerbladers and ice skaters in order to make the movements and stuff feel and look real, and they spent way too much time optimizing the gameplay and the graphics, and it pays off. It really pays off in spades. No question. This game is phenomenal with how it plays and the story it's trying to tell.
Be able to time slip to attack these creatures from a distance.
Except when you fall like a dumbass. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just really bad. Also, they make games not feel like you have to backtrack. They feel very smooth. And that's always appreciated. I appreciate a game that isn't so punishing when you make a simple mistake that should not hurt you. Like, that's really helpful, I think. Also, the fact that fall damage is a thing, I feel like... Oh, secret! I feel like helps a lot. And the little characterizations of the protag Ray, like, I'm attached to her. Like, she giggles when she hits a little gem and gets more plasma, like when she finds something secret. And me too, I do the same thing. Oh, you weren't dead. I thought you were dead, and then you roared, and I realized, not, maybe not. My bad, maybe. Hidden plasma. Hidden. Ooh, what are you? Is there a cap? No, but there is a crystal. See, like, me too, girl. Me too. Sip. Why, hello. Thank you, Kasha, for lurking. That's awesome, thank you. Rar. Oh, you gave Kari Haset a drink. Good. I'm glad. I will raise a drink to that. Thank you. All right. Let's keep moving forward. We're playing Solar Ash. A beautiful game by the same creators that did Hyper Light Drifter. With stunning visual style. Essentially the plot is that you play as Rey, this girl, and she's a Void Runner, but her planet, which is up there, is getting sucked into this black hole. So you use Void Tech to essentially get into... I missed that. That plasma I missed. To get into the black hole and essentially reverse it and destroy it. So you can save your planet. It is essentially Sonic, but if it was actually done right. Like, that's how it plays, which is great. Like, look at that! That platforming was so smooth! Additionally, I love the minute details that, like, on smaller platforms, if you stand on a specific spot, the platform will shift due to your weight, which is really cool.
There's wind, but no chime. Eerie.
Yeah, seriously. It's a good game. It's a great game. Play it. I cannot recommend it enough. It's absolutely gorgeous, and it talks about trauma. Alright, It is! It makes you feel badass, too. Nice. It makes you feel like a badass. Like, here. Is this small enough? Will this tilt? No, this one's not small enough. You missed the opening fight. There was an opening fight. Oh, God. There it is. That you do. Where you fight a giant snake, essentially. It's pretty cool. Another thing is that you're also trying to find the team of other Void Runners that came into the black hole with you. Because they're kind of missing in action. So you gotta find out what happened to them. It's okay. No problem. Just means you can experience it on your own.
There's some kind of argument among the others. Tufty says it's too late. The Ultra Void, even if to reverse its pull, our people would... Yeah, too far gone, she says. I say no. There's always a way. Too many souls counting on us. I'll not have it. Dorb, it's time to be brave. Would you do that for your old man?
Maybe. Have you figured turning off the achy? Have you figured, have you tried not being in pain? No, I'm in the same boat.
We'll stop this together, Irving. I just need to find you.
All right, up over here. No, 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 no. Okay, in there. There we go. I love that you don't take fall damage in this game. What? Okay. Okay. Oh, there's a shield there that I can't pick up because I have max shields. Crystal! I love Rey. She has such a vibe. Me too. Ah, no! Damn, I'm now all the way down here. Got it. Another thing I like about this is that her little, when she moves around, her stuff flashes to show that she's using anti-gravity stuff. So, yeah, it's pretty fun. There's a turn off button. Yeah, you just go into the settings and you enable your features instead of disabling them. That's all. Have I sent you that video, by the way, of what's his name? The turtle from Kung Fu Panda. It's an AI voice, and it just says, "Dear disabled people, have you tried going into the settings and enabling it?" And it's the funniest shit. I lost it. I'm gonna, Oogway, that's what it is. I gotta send it to you. It's so fucking funny. Maybe Chat Nubis will send it to you. It is so fucking funny. Oh, no, it's like, dear disabled people, just go into the settings and enable it. Oh my god. Yeah, it's so funny. It's absolutely hilarious.
Oh no.
Oh god, look at all these dead bodies. Look at all these corpses.
Blood. It doesn't wash off.
Are you okay? What happened here?
Disasterpiece did such a good job on the music for this game.
I did it to protect them.
I'm sure you did whatever you could. Are you alone?
Who's there? I just need to find him. I need him to forgive me.
Who are you looking for?
Who are you looking for?
He's okay. Safe, just hiding. Maybe in our apartment, or the clock tower. Not the Iron Root. No, not there. Please, don't be there.
Wrong command, Kasha. You would do this. Here, I'll type the command for you. There. That's what it is. Vought. Yes, Vought.
She's too far gone. Maybe whoever she's looking for can tell me more about what happened.
Have you seen any Void Runners?
Have you seen any Void Runners? Anyone who looks like me?
Runners. You can't run from them.
Vought Moon. Fuck.
I thought it was the only way to save us. I'm sorry.
She's not all there. Better keep moving. They died trying to protect someone else.
Aww. So sad. There is a Void Runner symbol up there. I don't know how to get... Oh, I know how to get up there. Wait. Who? Ray, the main character? She's not robotic. She's just in a suit. We don't know what she looks like underneath, though, so a lot of oh, boy. You know, this boss freaks me the fuck out because it looks like a whale and it's swimming through this like blue cloud sea. It's called the Cloud Sea. And I don't like it because I have thalassophobia and that triggers it a lot. But no, Ray is known as a biotic, which means she is organic. She is, in fact, a living entity. But a few things to note about her. She has 3 eyes, which she calls attention to. And she is wearing a suit. We just don't know what she looks like exactly under it. We have some ideas, but that's about it. I can't share those ideas because it's spoilers, but we don't ever like really see what she looks like underneath.
One conduit closer to activating the starseed.
That's all I thought about when I saw that thing move.
Repair network to resume functionality. Anomalous power sources detected. Sending location data to your multi-tool.
You win, whale. Fact. Whales are pretty. But did you know that they're so loud that they can actually rupture your internal organs? Okay. Broken capital.
Network interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Caches.
Scan for Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. There are 3 unrecovered Void Runner logs in this sector.
Okay, there are 3.
How can we help you?
Would you rather be at the bottom of an empty ocean or an ocean filled with life? I think both are terrible.
Online, Sid.
I think both are horrible. I don't like either option. I don't like either. Especially since there is no way. If I have to choose... Honestly, they're both equally bad. Like, I am not joking. I think, at least with life, I'd be able to see something. Only sand. There's nothing there, just sand. Now, the thing about the whale in this area is if you catch it at the right time, you can just kind of walk over it. Here, let me see if I can find it. See, look, there it is. There's the whale. You can just kind of see it down there, and you can run over it. It won't do anything. It'll just kind of, like, let you do it. I'll go mad at my own... Yeah, that's fair. Pages torn from a journal.
The temple priests are saying there are too many stars in the sky, and now we should prepare for famine. The stars seem to get bigger every night, and they glow a brilliant pink. I like that.
Tarragon Danderpaws. All right, up we go. Oh yeah, first try. Wait, what the fuck is that? If you have to choose, like nothing at all, only full of life, I'd rather it be full of life. Beach nude sending subscription called Only Sent. I hate Only Sand. Coastal Mingle. Y'all are terrible.
I was wrong. Nothing survives this place. Except there is one lost soul. A Veruca woman wandering glassy-eyed among the dead. But the horrors that befell her people look to have happened before her planet was pulled into the Ultravoid. Makes me wonder, is this place just a natural disaster? Or does it attract death? Oh, this sorrow, it's like a calling. And the void answered back. But our people, they done nothing to deserve this. We have no business being here. We do our job and this place spits everything back out like it was never here to begin with. Right, pup?
The slogan for Only Sand is "Get yourself a bad beach." That's really good. Okay, I'd partake in that just for that slogan.
We'll do our job.
Whoa! Did you see that? Oh boy, it just fucking launched me. Okay. See, look, I'm just kind of like going over it now because it don't care. It don't give a shit that I'm running over it. Alright. Let's explore. We'll explore a little bit. I don't remember where I gotta go. I should probably do that. There, now I know where I'm supposed to go. But will I listen to that? No, probably not. I want more plasma. I want more money. Did I get all the... Yeah, I did. Alright, let's go through here. Alright. When... Oh god. Yeah! Look at that! Okay, come through here. Ooh, more plasma. I'm just like grabbing everything. Gentle giant? Yeah, it's a gentle, it's pretty chill. It's a pretty chill whale. Until you start killing it, because eventually we do gotta start killing it. We can't let it live, unfortunately. I still don't like it though, but we can't let it live. I'm eating coffee in the microwave. If it goes off, you can beat me up. Okay, I'll beat you up. No, are you saying no to us having to kill it? Because I can't control that. To be fair, it does try to kill us too. Like, it does in fact try to murder us at the same time. Like, it's a mutual murder. I like that, like, this area here, it's just like a tiny little cave, yet it actually gets dark because you don't have any actual light. Anyway, I just thought that was cool. It was a neat little detail. I see you over there. There we go. It does, yeah, it does get lasers. No, actually, I don't think this one gets lasers. No, I don't think that's the whale. Oh, yeah, no, it drops bombs. It doesn't get lasers. It drops bombs. It just nukes the area, that's all. What the fuck was that noise? Oh! Okay, cool. Oh, man. Those guys really got me good. Or almost did. Ooh, page in the journal.
The fires from last night have calmed down. I'm still worried. There's an unsettling sound of creaking and groaning out throughout the city. And the tremors will not stop. I'm going to the temple to check on the old priests. Paragon dead deposit.
I just realized you guys didn't hear all of it, so I'm gonna replay it again.
The fires from last night have calmed down. I'm still worried. It's hard to breathe this morning. There's an unsettling sound of creaking and groaning out throughout the city. And the tremors will not stop. I'm going to the temple to check on the old priests. Paragon dead deposit.
Tarragon Danderpaws is great. That's all. That's the statement. He's a good guy. Hey, yo! Elevator? I think that might be yeah, the bombing is fine, I guess.
It's easier to get back this way.
What is down here? I see you. I'm here. Oh, hey, yo. OMG. Little hidden area. Give me the plasma. Thank you. What is this? Oh, there are so many dead people here. It's an apartment complex. This is a little too close to home, I think, for most people.
Mavis, my darling, I have gone out foraging. Please rest. I have saved some brambleberries in the icebox for your breakfast. They are delicious, so sweet and so cold. This is just to say, I love you.
Aww. It's hard to tell if it was edible or ornamental. It wouldn't be much use for either inside the Ultra Void. Damn. A pile of old bandages and a prosthetic leg. Oh, they're wearing a prosthetic leg. Oh. An open journal. It's turned to a blank page. Turn to the front page. The pages from the start of this journal have been ripped out. Turn to page 6.
I woke up this morning with muddy paws and a sore throat. I can't stop coughing. Was I sleepwalking? Was it a dream? I could have sworn that Morris was right next to me before I awoke, but he wasn't. He must have gone in early to work. He left me the sweetest note and freshly picked brambleberries in the icebox. How did I get so lucky? Delicious.
Oh. Turn to page 30.
I woke up this morning with mud on my paws and a hoarse voice.
Oh, I already read that.
He must have gone in early to work.
Did I read?
I woke up this morning with he must have delicious.
Is it the same? Wait, is it the same
Woke up
page?
this morning, paws muddy, throat sore, can't stop coughing, sleepwalking, dream. Morris was here, next to me. I could feel him, but when I woke up, there were no brambleberries, no icebox, no Morris. Where is he? Bad morning. Need to clean my paws. Mud? Or something else. So dark. Voice hurt. Bad dreams. He was here. The note. No brambleberries.
Damn. An old photo of two Veruki in front of an altar, surrounded by flowers. They are holding hands and pouring soil into a vase. The inscription reads, "The seeds in this vase are the events of our life, and the soil that fills these gaps is our love for each other." It's a Veruki wedding. Aw.
He'll be home any minute now.
I'm not so sure about that.
He's taking longer than usual. I wonder what's keeping him.
Any ideas where you went?
Any idea where he went?
He had business at the clock tower, and a harvest to gather in the Iron Root Basin. But he's never gone this long.
She's been in the void too long. I can't end up like her. Gotta push on.
Damn. So he wasn't, the person that she was looking for wasn't in the apartment building after all. So he's either in the clock tower or the Iron Root Basin. Or somewhere else entirely. So sad. Get out of here, you fucking whale. Go. Shoo. Nobody wants you here. You're a problem. Profound sadness. Yeah, it's really sad. The stories in this game are heart-wrenching. They're beautiful, but they're really sad. It's very moving, though. This game is definitely an emotional roller coaster, that's for sure. Snatch. Nothing over this way, I don't think. Whoa. Whoa, what is that over there? Oh, I know what that is. I know what that is. That's endgame. Don't worry about that area. I was like, what is that in the distance? Oh, it's endgame. It's the area that I have to go into. Okay, let's come. Okay. I see. Let's go this way. Oh, this is the clock tower. Alright, we can get another check-in. I started smelling something smoking, and then I looked over and I saw that somebody was burning sage. So that's pretty cool. I was like, it smells like a good smoky, and then I looked over and I saw sage, and I was like, hey, yo! Sage burning? I'm cool with that. All right. Is this the way up? No, definitely not. Oh, I know how to get up through here. I'm remembering. Need to come through this way. Is that an enemy that's screaming at me? Yes, it is. It was a very pleasant surprise. I didn't expect it. Oh, damn. Get out of here, you little bastard. Alright, there we go. I got absolutely just, like, punched the shit out of right there. Alright, what's up here? I think there's a secret up here. Oh, hello. Not a secret, just plot advancement. Okay, let's open up the area. There. Oh! I just, like, fast travel to where that was supposed to take me. Alrighty then. No! Fucking damn it! I fail. Alright, so it's this way. Alright. Snow! Shit. Oh god, I'm moving too fast. Where am I? Hey, yo, mushrooms? Hey, yo, you guys see the mushrooms over there? You guys see them mushrooms? Fucking shroom. I spored. No, 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 see no jokes. Oh god, this is a solar ass stream, not a Genshin Impact stream. What are you doing? Cross-pollinated my stream subjects? How dare you betray me like this? Hey, yo! More plasma. Sorry. I want money. I want to recharge my cells. Leave me alone. Stop screaming at me. Shut up. No. I'll stop. Oh, I didn't know she could do that. Oh, I guess she does move a little faster when you do that. Don't. Hey, yo! Another one down! Oh boy. It's the whale does not like that. I'll stop making them when you stop accidentally making plant puns. What do you mean?
You will not be missed.
What plant puns was I making? Now I'm curious. You said I was cross-po- Oh my god! Shush! Shut up! I didn't even realize I did that. I'm gonna be honest. I was in the dark for that one. Come through here, and then there's one up there, and then there's one over there. And I have to wonder where the other two Void Runner caches are. I know. Now you get to fight me, okay? I'll beat you up now. There, you happy? You happy? You happy that I finally kicked your ass? Alright, here we go.
He looks like he just collapsed in the corner.
You fully did do that. You'll see it in archive land. Yeah, probably.
It looks like they tried to fight back.
But what I'm saying is, I didn't notice that I did that. Anyways, look at these guys. They were at war with something. Wouldn't be the first time that the Rookie were. A train schedule. Belt Bottom, 1 o'clock. Capital City, 1:12. Lake Cyan, 1:27. Iron Root Highlands, 1:42. Excuse me. Wheatfield Row, 1:56. Canning District, 2:08. Foggy Topins, 2:17. Till Furrow, 2:25. Those are interesting times for a train schedule. Pages torn from a journal.
They came down. The stars came crashing down. I think Iron Root is on fire. Thankfully, my apartment in the city is safe. Paragon damn it, boss.
Alright. Bastard. Alright, collect the plasma. Hey, you. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Oh, I see an elevator over there, and I want it. Did I grab all of that? Yeah, I did. Nice. I feel like these lead to something, and what they are, I don't know. Ah! Oh! Ooh! Oh god! No! No! Damn. Well, at least I found this secret. God damn it. Can't believe I just got fucking launched like that. Damn. I didn't mean to run into the... Alright, so now I gotta do all of that again. Alright, come up this way. Oh, wrong way. Come back around. Come out that way. Right, please. Sharp turns are a little difficult to make in this game. Like, they're possible. You just gotta finagle it. Oh, damn, and it still hit me? Oh, shit. Okay. I think there's a shield box over here. Snatch. There you go. I think I got it all. I love when you have full shields and you walk up to a shield box and it just does that. Interact.
That'll definitely be useful.
All right, we got the rail. Now, this definitely looks like an elevator shaft. Thank you, Ray. All right, so now we've gotten all that. Okay. And then there's plasma in these boxes, so we can snatch that. I think I have enough to get another shield cell. Huh. All right. Oh god, there's more than I thought there were. Jeez. This game is very much all about act first. It's the luck of the draw in this one. It's cowboy rules. Oh shit. Almost falls to my death. This way. There's plasma over there. I'll get to that later. But I don't want to fall. I don't want to risk falling. Alright, we can come around here. Oh, hello. Oh, shit! Okay, well then. Oh, oh no. Oh, oh no. Oh dear. Oh, I can go any of these ways? Okay. Oh, whoa, Ray. All right, come on. Yes. That one was really difficult. I mean, I didn't make it look difficult because I've already done it once, but like,
What are these things?
it ain't. That one was not easy.
Come in, High Tree Command. I don't read you. Come in.
Ray's just like, oh no, not this shit again.
This is Lyris with the Clock Tower Candleflies. Everything's in position. Those hungry bastards can eat fire tonight.
Lyris, is it? There's no one out there. Everyone's gone.
What did I tell you about leaving your post? Can't let them triangulate our position before the big light show.
Where's my post?
Right, my post. Where is that again?
A scouting mission to the Dross Hive? In the Iron Root. You lost your nerve, Scout.
I don't think she knows she's in the Ultra Void.
We've gotten 3 of her, 6. Various farming and crafting tools that have been sharpened and turned into weapons. An educational poster about peacefully interacting with strangers. A lot of this has been crossed out and rewritten with methods for attack and defense. Several homemade explosive devices. Airtight food containers packed with farming chemicals. Nails and other pieces of scrap metal. A crate of bandages and medical supplies. I'm preparing for war. Alright. I think I've interacted with everything in here. I feel like, though, I am missing something. That radio does not seem happy to be operated right now. Does not want to be. Also, the incessant ticking of that clock. Very annoying. Alright, let's... Oh, we can climb up to the top? Oh, I can climb back up here. Okay. And then I'm back to this area again. Alright. I didn't realize that was there. Alright, and then I'm down here. What? Okay. I meant to get back up there. Okay. Nice. I wanted to get the plasma that's over here. Alright, and then I saw a little... Yeah. To dodge those guys, you just fucking jump. That is the lesson for that. Alright, so that's now handled. And then it's... one right over there. Okay. I don't know where the last Void Runner cache is. That's a bit, concerning, because I don't remember where to go. Even though I've gone it before, because I have 100% completion on my personal private file. But I don't remember where it is in this area. Where am I going? Up there. Okay. Gotcha. I think I might be able to get up there if I go through this way. Oh, hey, posters. A flyer for a store. Nimblejack's Seed Emporium. Feed your seed need with nimble speed. We got all your favorites. Brambles, tansies, snore socks, hedge pilers, sticky bibs, and more. Those are all really clever names. Oh, Ray. Whoa, Ray. Going a little too fast there. Alright, you sure you're going according to the speed limit? Can you imagine if there was a speed limit in the Ultra Void? Who would pull you over? Alright. Okay. That was some serious parkouring right there. Oh god. Yes! Oh! Fuck, I almost didn't make that. Oh, shit. Well, Oh, there he is. Forgotten Thresher. Massive anomaly. Well, damn. The music is so intense. Where is he? I think he's below me, actually. Where's the Thresher? I don't want to see him from up here. Oh, it's louder now. Where is he? Oh, he's over there. Oh shit, look at how big he is. Oh yeah, see, look, he's dropping bombs. Disaster Piece did such a good job on the music for this game. All right. All right, come on. Come on. Yes. Nice. One down. I need to go over to Sid real quick. Sid!
Network interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Give me a shield. Thank you.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Alright, that'll make things a lot easier. Cool. Where'd it go? Oh god. Did you see that? It like flipped over. Come on. Come on. Nice. Come on. Yes. Hell yeah! My hands are so sweaty. Oh no. This guy's a challenge. Okay, let's get him once and for all. Come on, come on, come on. Come on, we can do this. Oh! Come on, come on! Last one! Hell yeah! Look at that! Woo! Invigorating.
This place again. Why did you bring me here?
I cannot choose your path, any more than you can stop chasing your impossible dream.
It's not impossible. I'm going to save my people. I risked everything.
Everything? You risk more than your own life, child. There are fates far worse than death.
I welcome them, if it means I can stop my planet from being destroyed.
Oh yes, of course. You think this was a decision, with your indomitable free will. Then enjoy your freedom.
And I lost the shield cell I just got. But we got one conduit back up. And it dissolves.
What is that place?
Ray, connectivity has been restored to this node, along with a modicum of local memory data.
Good. Can you activate the starseed now?
Negative. All conduits will need to be operational before we can activate the starseed.
We're running out of time. We need to work faster.
Restoring signal to this node has reactivated our conduit warping protocols. We are uploading them to your multi-tool. It should help speed up your mission. To put it plainly, open your map and select a conduit to teleport to it.
All right. What do you remember?
What do you remember before you went offline?
The memory is hard to parse, but we believe Irving placed us near a temple. Ah, we do clearly remember how pleased he was to see us back online. He called us a buttercup,
Aw.
which seems odd, as we lack the ability to hold or contain dairy.
Oh.
It's a term of endearment, Sid. Do you remember anything else? Where he went?
We do not. He seemed distraught and said he was glad we did not have to see what happened in the temple behind us. If you recover more of their logs, perhaps we will be able to make sense of all this.
He called her a buttercup. That's cute. Can you try the Polaris
Can you
again?
try the Polaris again?
Scanning. Still no luck. The chaotic signals of the remnants prevent us from doing so.
Sid's memories. What happened in the broken capital? We just got that. Laugh too cute? What do you mean?
We've always got time for our favorite Void Runner.
Where got that?
Actually, I need something else.
I can't repair my stuff. How many
Scan
caches?
for Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. There are 2 unrecovered Void Runner logs in this sector. How can we help you?
So I'm missing 2 of them.
Your safety is paramount to the mission, Ray. And thank you for restoring our local memory logs.
No problem.
Incorrect. There are still problems. The starseed is non-operational, and your planet is in peril.
No, it's just an expression. I just meant... I'm glad you're here.
Ah, we understand.
I love Sid. Sid's such a dork. Hello, I saw you all over here, so I assume you're protecting something, right? Oh, yay. Oh, just a crystal? Really? My client is innocent? Okay. Alright. What are you two talking about? What are you two doing over there? Whatever it is, it's probably not good. Are you guys playing Law and Order again? Did you hear that hee hee ha ha criminal? What the fuck do you mean? Are you talking about my laugh? Are you talking about my laugh? My very plain and normal laugh? My genuine laugh at the fact that Sid was baffled about what the fuck Buttercup means? Because that was cute. Oh, did I just... I think I got it all, right? Yeah. Oh, but there's another one here. How did I not see that? How the fuck did I not see that? Well, I got it. Gotta find the other two void running caches. I think the rest are in this area because I got the ones that were outside of the area. So I can only imagine that they're in this area, in one of the buildings, but I gotta figure out which my client admits to nothing. Like, wait, what the fuck? The client admits guilt. My client admits to nothing. My client admitted to the act of the realization being cute, not my client's laugh. What? What is going on here? What are you two doing? Is this an Ace Attorney, like, chapter? What is happening? Oh, the fuck? Objection! My client will be taking no further questions at this time. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess I'm gonna go to jail now. I don't know, guys. I'm going to jail. Crime, laugh too cute. I don't know. I didn't beg to disagree, so I claim my innocence. My laugh's ugly as fuck. My laugh is mid. My laugh is mid, and I've been told it's very annoying by people. If you guys disagree, that's on you. I don't know what crimes you've committed in your past life to think that's cute. Wait, what? Fuck you, you're unpaid. You're corrupted. You've been surrounded by assholes and people tell you that. Yeah, probably. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. There are enemies in that area. But how do I get over there? Oh, I was so fucking close! No! No! I was so close. Did you see that? Did you? I should have landed that. I should have landed that. How do I get up there? I see the... Is there a way for me to even get up there? How... I feel like... I have to do the jump I did and just do it better. That's what it feels like I gotta do. I can't imagine doing anything else. Oh, wait, there's a Void Runner cache right there! What? What? How do I get up there? What? Huh? Huh? How do I get up there? How? How do I... Is there a way up this building? Okay. Is there a way up this building? I do not see one. So, maybe what I got. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay, so how do I get up there? I have to go over here because there's a way to chain over there. But how do I? This is the apartments. Okay, so here are the apartments, right? And do I... How... Add? Okay, I'm sorry that you're... Wait, what? What the fuck is being said here? We can rid you of them if you like, legally. Legally? I love your laugh, fam. You're doing it legally? You won't like my methods then? What do you mean by legally? I don't know how to get rid of them legally. Okay, how... The Void Runner cache is over there. Void Runner cache is over there. So, and that looks like it could take us over there. Or at least... I see enemies over there, so that's definitely a way we... Oh, wait. I think I figured it out. Hold on. I think I... Oh. Come up here, and then I come over there, and then I come up this way. I can figure it out if given some time. Yeah? Alright, here. Okay, I'm up here now. And I should be able to just make it over that way, right? I think I... What is that? The fuck is that? Okay. Alright, so this will take us over here. Okay, so now we're over here. And then we should be able to reach the Void Runner logs down there. But, moreover, I want to see if we can get to that. Aha! Oh, there's the symbol. Oh god, those guys. Oh god. Okay. All right. I made some progress. And made a moniker of progress. Okay. Excuse me. And then... Haha! Up here. And this should take us... right over here. And then we've got...
No. What happened to you?
He's dead! I think. Buddy? Where's the dog? His design kind of makes me think of Guardian. from hyperlight a little bit. Anyway.
Now that's a view. We completed what we set out to do, Darb. Everything in position. Pyatt was right about one thing. It is beautiful. And it's going to set everything right. Figure if I've got to die, this vista is as good a place as any to do it. I'm just sorry we couldn't make it out of here, old girl. Goodbye, Ultra Void. You won't be missed. A fitting end for an old dog and her...
Oh.
You did your part, old man. I don't know why the Starseed failed you, but I won't make the same mistake.
Damn. Oh. And oh, there's no sign of the dog either. The dog's just gone. So where's the last one then? Because now that light's off because we've gotten that. But like, where's the last one? 'Cause oh, it is dark right there. Why is it dark all of a sudden? It suddenly got very dark, and for what? Thank you. I was like, can I have light back, please? I don't know why it's so dark. There's one Void Runner log, and I don't know. Sad. Yeah, that's very sad. I don't know where the last log is. Checkpoint activated. Let's see. I thought it would be over here, but it's not. Oh, hello. Void Runner log symbol. It's just drawings of farms. Why, hello, little beans. What do I... Is that Le Shrimpy? Probably. I think I'm probably shrimping. I don't know. Test it. Am I shrimping? Do you have the points to call me out on my shrimping? Oh, jeez. I got rocketed there. Hey, buddy. I am broke. Here, okay, I'll give you one. I'll give you one. Right, posture check. Just because Little Bean is great and is here. Little Bean gets an honorary posture check. Alright. I fixed it. I'm sitting up straight now. There you go. I'm no longer shrimping. But this is your one freebie. Treat it with respect and care. Is that what like shrimpy means? Yes, it is. I hear a monster somewhere being a bastard. There you are. Hello, bastard. Oh god, almost rocketed off. Manual posture check. Facts. Facts. Alright. Okay, I think I have enough plasma now to rebuy my lost suit. A cot.
Darb's fur.
Darb's the dog. What happened to the dog?
Zephyrmint tea. Irving's favorite.
Zephyrmint instead of peppermint.
The best I can tell is that the Ultra Void sucks in planets and pulverizes them. But tiny parts remain, and it almost looks like you're standing in a real place. Mass transit, architecture, a whole civilization, poof, gone. Death like this compounds and folds over on itself. That's what this place is. Death compounded. No one to save here. Just a cruel joke played on a medic who thought he'd seen it all. Pardon this old man's musings, Darb. The starseed conduit for this sector is active. Finally got a clear signal from the Greenhorn. The mission is a go. By the heavens, they've done it. There's hope yet, Darb. There's hope yet.
Rayo, suit complete. The suit. Oh yes, the suit doubles your plasma intake.
You did your part, Irving. I wish you'd made it.
That's a totally different design. Oh gosh, you see how different that style of suit is? Holy shit! All right, back to Sid. Who's right there? Wow. Okay. Okay. Sid! Alright.
Welcome back, Ray. What can we do for you?
Please stop glitching out. It's kind of freaky. Let's repair shield cell. Boom. We got a shield back.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
And then the suits. So we've got Ray's damage suit, which is what we started with. The suit has sustained a lot of damage. Be careful. Tempest Adagio, which is Ray's actual suit. This suit reduces time slip cooldown. Irving's suit, which is Aegis Wellspring, which is the suit that... This suit doubles your plasma intake. And I will not show you the last suit, because it's the suit that you get for beating the game. And I will not show you that, because that's a spoiler. If y'all demand it enough, I'll show you, because it's really pretty. But, it's a spoiler, so... Yeah. It's a really big spoiler, actually. Guess who did dishes today? Not me. It's 4:10 p.m. Hey, that's okay. That's okay. Do dishes whenever you're able to. Take the wins. Don't beat yourself up for the L's. You're okay. It's alright. No worries. Although, if you need someone to listen to while doing dishes, tap, tap, tap. I'm always here. Tap, tap, tap. Bleeding eyes. Tap, tap, tap.
I found a fellow Void Runner. They didn't make it.
Excuse me.
Irving and his dog, Darb, I think they're dead.
Oh no. What happened?
Don't fishbowl me. Let me just... There.
I found Irving. I don't understand what I saw. He's not alive, but he's not at peace either. It seems like he's trapped somehow.
Oh, I hate that she sounds like she's on the verge of crying, because it makes me want to cry.
Then our fears were warranted. Our memories after landing here are fragmented, but one stands out quite clearly. He asked,
Do you think the Veruki did something to deserve this?
I love how Sid mimics his voice.
he wanted to know if our people had done something even worse. We told him there are no metrics for comparing the morality of different planets. He laughed and said,
Darb usually hates bots, but you're all right, Sid.
we wish he had tried to radio us for help. We will miss him.
Alright.
Bye, Sid.
Okay, well. Time to go back. And now we got double the plasma intake, which is super helpful. Oh gosh. Oh, there's a thing over here. A clipping from the first tree planted by Rascal Brambleseed. May its beautiful and plentiful fruit always fill our bellies. Doesn't look like it's sprouting fruit anymore. 'Tis what fish feel like. Are you the snack that smiles back? That was bad. But I hold no regrets for my statement. Oh god. Nope. Free me. Alright, we're back at the crater. And that's where the next area is. But before we go over there, I don't remember what the next area is. I think it's Iron Root, I believe is the next area, because it's not the fungi area. It's not the magma. How many? Okay, we got 2. There's 4 left, so there's those 2. Iron Root, the War Zone, fungi, and then the magma. So I'm pretty sure this is Iron Root that we're heading towards, the Iron Root Basin. Hey, my memory is just like a goldfish. The snack. What? Yeah? Yeah. Fair enough, fair enough. Okay. I'm gonna confirm if this is Iron Root or not. I don't remember. Hello, Brioche! Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the stream, Brioche. It's great to have you. We're playing Solar Ash, which is a game. Oh, let me recap the game so far for people who are just joining. So the game follows this girl named Ray. Here she is. She's an alien. You can tell because she has 3 eyes, and despite being bipedal in nature, she is nothing like a human. She is essentially trying to save her planet, which is up there in the sky, right over there, as it's getting sucked into a black hole. So she entered the black hole with her team. She is a Void Runner, which means she utilizes ancient tech called Void Tech that's able to somehow manipulate atoms and stuff. And she goes into this black hole, and her goal is to either destroy it or reverse its pull to save the planet that she's from, which is up there. So yeah, and as she does so, she's trying to figure out what happened to the rest of her team. We already found out about one of her team members, whom is like dead, we believe. We can't find his dog, but we found Irving. We're wearing his suit right now. But we found one of them, Irving, who is sadly passed. And we don't know what happened to his dog, Darb. But yeah, that's kind of the story so far, if you missed it. And this game is very floaty. Oh boy. Now, that's the one that fires lasers, Chatnubis. Oh no! Wow!
What's that?
Of course you played the sound for that one. Incredible. Alright then. How's that look? That looks really good. I like how that looks. I'm hoping that the sound actually played. Did it? Did you guys hear it? I hope you guys heard it. I don't know if I heard it, but if anyone else does, please let me know. It may just be quiet. It might just be quiet, or maybe sound alerts, because I spent so many points on sounds I didn't hear. You know what? That's fair. You don't know if it play. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Let me check. I just fixed it too. Crying. I literally just fixed it. Hold on. Yeah, I wish I could, but I cannot. If I could, I would. Okay. Like, that's a 400 points. Okay, alright, here. Let me test something. Because I have unlimited points, so... Let me test. Wow! Did you guys hear it that time? Did it play that time? It showed me audio, and it looked very loud. There we go. That was very loud. Was it? How loud was it? Was it too loud for you all? Here, let me test it again to adjust volume. Cause that showed up as insanely loud. Let's try that again. I'm gonna test it again. Okay, there we go. So it's louder than the game, but quieter than me. There we go. All right. Lovely. Glad it's fixed now. Hey! Oh no. I hate you fuckers. I was in... These were the enemies that I was referring to when I was in Anu's stream and playing this game on my own. I was like, ah, these guys just shoot me out of the fucking sky. Oh god, oh god. Not my controller bugging out. This is the worst time for my controller to bug out. I played you the sound twice. You don't get a refund. You don't get shit. Alright. Chill out, controller. Oh my god, you're acting like you're losing your mind. Thank you. I have unlimited points, SpongeBob meme. Okay, don't rub it in. To be fair, it's my channel. Just popping in to say hi and lurk. Have a good stream. Thank you, Brioche. Oh my gosh, hello? Oh goodness, hello, Can of Nuts. Thank you. Oh my goodness, hello. Hi, guys. Hi. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. All right. All right. Sorry. Oh boy. Oh, there's so many of you. Hello. Oh shit. There's too much going on. Oh boy. Gasp. Holy shit. Okay, hold on. Let me read up. All right. Thank you so much, Can of Nuts, for rating. That is really sweet of you. And then let me welcome everybody. Being Collector, welcome. Thank you, Lost Spirit Nanashi, for following. Let's see. Thank you so much for gifting a sub, Bean. I appreciate it so much. Bean Collector, also thank you for following. Oh my gosh, you guys are still going. Eldritch Sea Bunny, hello, welcome. Also Bean, good job on getting a second. The Bean Collector, listener, please paid my bean taxes. Eldritch Sea Bunny, thank you for the follow. Oh my goodness, you guys are awesome. Hello. Thank you so much. Welcome to the stream. We are playing Solar Ash. So yeah, we're having a good time. We're having a grand time. I see channel points being redeemed, so let me just clear those out. All right, so Hydrate from Brioche from 8 minutes ago that I did not see. Glad I saw it now. Thank you for giving Kadi Hassett a treat. Hydrate from Bean Collector as well. And a stretch from Can of Nuts. So allow me to do that real quick. Oh no, don't charge, Ray, please. Alright, big stretch. Cracks both my knees at the same time. Welcome in, everybody. What did you guys play? Did you guys have a good stream? Was everything good? Was everything fun? Oh my goodness. Y'all? That's so sweet of you guys. I'm so appreciative. Thank you so much. But no, did you, Can of Nuts, did you have a good stream? Don't trust Bean Collector. They're a rat, a spy. Hey, I like rats. Rats are cool. Live 2D debut. Hey, yo. Oh my gosh, that's awesome. I am so happy for you. That's great. I hope it went well and that everything turned out how you wanted to. Oh, rats. Hey, we like rats here. Hey, yo. Oh, wait. Oh, am I gonna enter that building through normal means, or am I gonna enter that building through cheating means? Am I gonna cause a problem for myself? Or am I gonna actually open it how I'm supposed to? I think I'm gonna do both. All right, hup. Because I gotta open it genuinely, or else I'm gonna actually kill myself in this game. Like, I'm just gonna die. No, none of the mines. Oh, these mines. Okay, hold up. Let me... Whoa, whoa, oh, no. Open it, fuck. Damn. All right, up. Oh. All right, but oh, it did and more, and so many pies thrown. Oh, well, that's good. I'm so happy. I gotta... Hold on. Let me just... I gotta follow you, because I've seen you on Twitter. Oh, I'm just, like, looking at your page real quick, and it looks so good. Oh my goodness! I'm so glad that you had a good time and that your debut went wonderfully. Everybody's debut deserves to go phenomenally, in my opinion.
Harvesters. So that's what happened to the Veruki. Looks like they fought back.
Stream's been going great. We are playing Solar Ash, obviously. If you don't know what the game is, essentially you play as a girl named Ray, and she's going into a black hole to save her people, and it's a game that's basically an entire allegory for trauma. It's a really good game. I recommend it. It's by Heart Machine, the same people who made Hyper Light Drifter. So yeah, it's a good game. That's kind of what we've been doing. It's been a good stream so far, and now it's an amazing stream since you raided. Oh.
What happened to you? Did the Ultra Void do this to you?
Oh boy. Okay, I feel like this is the last Void Runner cache I was supposed to find in this area. Oh no, Verse! It is a really cool game. Also, you can see the planet in the sky. That's her planet right there. It's just falling into this black hole. It's really good. So yeah, we're having a good time. Yes, try it, please. It's really good. I know it's on PC and PlayStation. I'm playing it on PlayStation, but I don't know what other systems it's on. It might be on Xbox too, but I don't know, because I know Heart Machine put Hyperlight on Xbox as well as PlayStation, so it's possible it's on both. But poor Verse, I think he is a Veruki, actually. I do have a follower goal. I hit my follower goal for this year, which was 100 for this year, which is great. I didn't expect to hit it. But right now, my 2024 follower goal is 500, as you can see down at the bottom. However, I am sitting at a little higher than that. My page still says 105, but it's been more than that, and my counter is not right. So yeah, that's that. All right, let's open this up. Why do you ask? I'm a little worried that you ask.
What the hell is going on over the radio? Is that chanting coming from Pyatt? So otherworldly. Desperate. Either way, that idiot better not be messing up the mission. I can see the starseed from here. It's sputtering. Like an over-choked binder plate. That can't be good. If his woo-woo crystal brain messes this up, I'll throw him into the Void's core myself. I don't care how much he advanced Void tech. We are the last...
Oh, this boy about to plan murder. Oh no, I was just wondering because I seen you hit 100 and wasn't sure if you knew. I did know. I'm doing a little thing for that. Don't worry. I saw that. Your avatar is really cute. Thank you.
I don't get it. He wanted to save our planet as much as anyone.
So a fun story about my avatar. I originally had a 3D model, but 3D is really like PC intensive. It's more intensive in my opinion than live 2D, at least for my model, it's more intensive. So I decided to retire my 3D model for my YouTube channel exclusively, 'cause sometimes I do video essays over there. I decided to retire it for right now, since I am planning on updating in the near future to a live 2D. And so this is kind of Oh no, not the ads! Not the ads! So yeah, that's kind of, what happened. So yeah, it was originally, a 3D model. 3D didn't work. It lagged everything so bad. You could see my older streams on YouTube. And it shows off just how, like, clunky it was. So I was like, okay, you know what? We'll do a PNG tuber for right now until Live 2D is feasible. So yeah, that's kind of where we're at. And yes, Jackal Servitor, Chat Nubis, monitors my chat, one of my chat mods. He is working on the art for that celebration, which is very exciting. Oh god. And we come up here? Ooh. Ooh, this is intimidating. Yeah, you also drew the emojis. The lifeless husk of a giant creature. Whatever this was, it is long since gone. Ooh, that thing looks terrifying. Ugh, I don't like it. Look at all these bodies. Those are pipes.
I don't think the bombs killed them.
Yeah, no, they don't look like bomb victims. The remains of an exploded metal canister. The faint smell of ammonium nitrate wafts through the air. Ooh. Of course I can't use... Okay, eventually. I only just recently got affiliate. We gotta be patient. Unfortunately, we gotta be patient. Rubble and debris. Looks like the bomb did more damage to the building than whatever was in here. Alright.
You treacherous pile of scrap. This is your fault.
Whatever this thing is, I don't think it's been operational for a long time.
He wasn't supposed to be here when the bombs went off. I didn't know. Please.
Maybe he's not here. Any idea where else he could be?
Wait, no. That's not right. Of course. He's waiting for me. How could I have forgotten?
Wait, now you remember where he is?
Patient? Not in my vocabulary. Okay. Okay. So, for an explanation, Twitch is a little weird about free emotes. They're like, oh, you have to have only subscriber emotes for, I believe it's 60 days. So 60 streams on 60 individual days. And then you can add follower emotes. And as soon as that happens, I've been checking, I promise, pinky promise, I've been checking almost daily to make sure that as soon as there are follower emotes enabled, that a lot of the subscriber emotes will be moved up to the follower tier, and that different subscriber emotes will be put in place instead. Because, yeah, there are some emotes like the love one, the lurk one, the Angie one, those ones are going to be moved up. Uno, reverse, and ban are probably going to stay as sub emotes though, but yeah, that's because they're special.
He's waiting in the place we first met. Under the sacred tree in the forest altar. Across the Iron Root Basin Bridge. He has to be there.
But until now, Twitch believes that I am too powerful, and so they limit my abilities. Starts pinky promise. Your pinky falls out and Bean's face is traumatized. Out or off, whatever you want to say. Hey, it happens sometimes. Sometimes it just pops off, you don't know. Nothing is worse though than subluxing a part of your hand, I think. I haven't subluxed part of my hand in a hot minute, but like it is the worst thing ever when it does happen, let me tell you. If you've never subluxated your hand in any capacity, be happy. Be thankful. Also, for all the new folks, just a heads up, I talk about my disabilities a lot. I joke about them. Just a heads up for anybody curious. It's normal. Don't feel free to joke about it. It's okay. I don't get mad. And you can find a list. I can talk about them now and like explain them for any new folks. But if not, you can also find them in my about on my little panel about panel on my page. So feel free to look at that if you so choose. But yeah, I joke about it. Feel free to joke about it. I'm totally fine with it. That guy looks creepy. Why he look like that? He looked like he needs some lotion. What you doing? Got little snibblers. I think my least I actually think I love all the bosses in this game, but I think my least favorite is the one we just did, the whale, because he's just annoying. Although this guy's pretty bad because it's hard to grapple onto him. Like a leprechaun? That's not how you say leprechaun. Like a leprechaun running towards the pot of gold. I will use your pinky as a rapid fire. I mean, yeah, go ahead. It's like my most useless digit. Like, I won't stop you. Hey. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. The satisfaction of destroying those bastards. Alright. Wait, isn't... These are stairs. Sid's down this way, I believe. Sid? Sid! Hello, Sid.
Let's get you back online.
Critical systems offline. Repair network to resume functionality. Anomalous power sources detected. Sending location data to your multi-tool.
All right, Iron Room Basin. I thought it was this one.
Interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Scan for
Scan
caches.
for Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. There are 4 unrecovered Void Runner logs in this sector.
Got it.
How can we help you?
Okay.
I'll get you back online, Sid.
I love Sid. She's awesome. Oh, you just glitched to face me? Really? Okay, fair enough. I'm not gonna knock that, you know? So I want to get up that way, but I gotta be careful because there's a mine literally right there. Come on, don't blow me. Don't blow me. Oh, it blew me. Don't take that out of context. Don't take that out of context, please. Not what I meant. Oh, it gives me a shield. Okay.
We shouldn't even be here. Our people failed us, and now we're stuck in this tomb fighting for their lives. What's fair about that? I'm not afraid of this place, but I didn't join up to get myself killed for nothing. You can still see so many parts of what used to be a living planet. It feels invasive to just be here. This place used to be alive, and I'm standing over its remains laid out on a cold slab. I don't know how Irving does it.
A face reveal, eh? I'm waiting for somebody to ask about that.
What you mean, Verse?
It may happen. It may not happen. I'm leaving it open to possibility. Me thinks that perhaps during one of my subathons that I'm planning, I might make it a sub goal. Me thinking about it. But me not definitive about it. Me just contemplating about it, you know? Me thinks it possible. But not definitive. It may happen. I'm leaving the possibility open. It really just depends. I am a very private person offline, but I might be able to do something or other that is the best of both worlds, that maintains my privacy, while still giving some form of a face reveal, a face behind the person. You never know. That sounds pretty great. You never know. You never know. I have plans. I have thoughts. I have ideas, concepts. We will have to see. It really just depends, cause you know, it really just depends. I am thinking about it though. I do have it in concept. I have it in my brain hole. It's just a matter of who, what, where, when, why, how. Holy shit, you have that, bro, Broviner. My guy, my dude, my homie Bread Slice. What the fuck? Yeah, I have thoughts. I'm thinking right now. I'm actually thinking about dinner, though. Like, I'm genuinely thinking about it. Impossible. Oh, bro. You want to fight? I'll go. You want to go with me? I'll beat you up. I'll beat you up. I'll force you to sleep on the floor. Don't test me, bro. All right. Oh, come on. Right. Thank you. Okay, so that's slow down. What else is, I feel like there's something over here. Maybe I'm thinking of another area. I swear there's something over there, but I'm probably thinking of a totally different place. I'm not even joking about that. Oh, I'm thinking about up here. That's what I'm doing. I'm thinking about the stuff that's up this way. Is that a box? No, that's debris. Okay. I was like, is that a box of plasma in the sky? How the fuck are you supposed to get that? No, it was just debris. Alright, so come up this way. And I can collect all of this and then... Oh, you little bastard. You suck. Open that guy. Okay. I'm not trying to push and pry. I just like to know if me asking bothers people. Like Anu, he's kind of set on not doing a face reveal, but some people actually have ideas about it. I do have ideas, but I am a very private person by like rule. Just because I've experienced a lot of like bullshit online, unfortunately. People have been very nasty towards me for, you know, doing things as simple as sticking to my moral guns. Unfortunately, it is just the matter of the internet. So like, just an example, I once like voiced an opinion that was very simple, like, hey, people should be conscious of other people when just posting stuff online if they're in positions of like high influence, so like influencers and stuff. And I voiced that it's like an influencer's responsibility to kind of be like more aware of what they post and be aware that what they post have a huge effect on people due to parasociality. And I was, let me tell you, the amount of like harassment I got for that, not even funny. Like, it's really ridiculous. And that was way before I was a VTuber. That was like, when was that? That was 2014 that happened. And it was pretty bad. So I'm thinking about it. It just depends on how the community ends up forming, what it ends up looking like, because I'm going to foster a community that I could be proud of and that I can hold to a standard of kindness. But if that community ends up not manifesting, it's probably not going to happen. But if that community does end up manifesting and being an accepting place filled with kindness and filled with, like, you know, open-mindedness, then I'd be probably more willing to do it. It just depends on the people that end up getting attracted to my stuff. And so far it's looking like potentially maybe for an anniversary subathon, not this year, but later down, because I already have something planned for this year. But later down the line, I might do something. I'm thinking about it, so it's in there. Just look at them, grab a spray bottle out of your ass, classic video game style, and be like, bad. I might.
contact anyone from our team. I tried firing our signal flares. They went every direction but up. Nothing works here. I couldn't decouple the thrust rings from the air chamber. I just lost it. I raced them and they shattered. I can't fix my boosters. I can't fix any of this. Gosm said to return to the Starseed if we lose communication. It's gonna be a long trip back. Not a single nation could agree on a solution. They had so much time to fix this, and they did nothing. I want to save my planet, but death is too good an ending for everyone in charge there. If I don't make it, let it be known, this is their fault.
Bitter boy.
Verse never made it back. Maybe his other caches will have answers.
But no, my plan right now is, I've got to reveal other information first, because I do have some information that is personal to me that I haven't revealed yet. I'm very open about stuff, but there's some stuff that I just haven't, like, revealed yet for the reason that I want to see how the community's gonna look like first, and then if I like what I see, then I'll reveal that information, and it'll be kind of fun, little nice tidbits. Otherwise, that's not information that's important. But yeah, I have plans and I'm very excited and hoping that those plans can come to fruition because I would love to be completely transparent with people. Cause that's just something that I like doing. I like being able to do that and, being able to be very open about that stuff because I'm open about a lot of things like my disabilities, the fact the fact that the reason I picked this theme is because I'm an autistic person that special interest is Kemet, like ancient Egypt. I've mentioned that I practice Kemetic paganism, like that's just kind of a whole thing for me, and I've been very open about that, and there's other stuff that I'm like, it would be cool to share and be open and transparent about and be honest about. Not bad stuff, just like personal things to me that are sensitive to me that I feel like, even though nobody has a right to be nasty about it, it's just those things where I'm like, hey, they're just a little bit closer to home, due to just sensitive life stuff, and yeah, so it's a lot of stuff, and I'm excited for that journey, honestly. And I have high hopes so far. So, as for a face reveal, probably will happen. Probably not for a while, though. Like, it's definitely gonna probably happen, because literally I have not met one nasty person in my community yet. And I've had run-ins with nasty people, and so far it hasn't been too hard to brush off or to just deal with, and it's very nice. It's very pleasant, and I just gotta see who ends up sticking around, who ends up not, what problems we end up encountering, and yeah, I'm excited. But needless to say, there's definitely a reason. I will give a little bit of a tidbit. There's definitely a reason why games like Solar Ash and Hyperlight resonate with me so well. And that's definitely part of the story. So I'm hoping that one day I'll be able to share that story with you all. Like, not the Crypt Ramsey stories, but the me behind the scenes story, you know? I think that'd be cool one day. Nasty people who gun emoji. I completely understand all of that. Thank you. And I knew you would. I know that you're a very sweet person, Bean. Like, I know you are. Honestly, I think everybody is. I have not experienced, although I know the allure of a face reveal, and I'm not gonna, like, put it out of the question. It's definitely a smart move in a lot of ways. But also, I look at other people and I'm like, ooh, how can a face reveal go bad? And we've seen them. We've seen them, all right. And also, there's just the self-consciousness about it. Like, I'm just very self-conscious. I'm superstitious about photos as well. Fun fact. I'm very superstitious about photos. Chat Noobus can tell you. Like, I am super superstitious. Like, just, wow, the lag. Whoa, what happened there? It was trying to, I think it's because it's trying to render that, which we are not in right now. Don't render that right now. That is not where we're at. I need to get up here. Don't blow me. Please don't blow me. Ray, you're in the clouds. Whew. Okay. Oh. Yeah, Dream is a good example of that.
This place has seen more than one tragedy. I've read books about the populations of entire planets blinking out of existence, with only the husks of Dross harvesters in the place of once thriving societies. I don't think anyone has ever seen a Dross mid-harvest. If only my professors could see this. Looks like the Veruki managed to stop this matriarch, but there would have been more coming. My boosters keep malfunctioning at the worst times. I was focused on repairing them and realized the chunk of land I was sitting on had drifted from the larger mass of cloud matter. Talk about panic. I'm gonna rest under this bridge while I catch my breath.
Oof.
I'm so sorry, Verse. I'll find out why this happened to you.
It's unfortunate what happened to Dream. I don't think he deserved the ridicule, I will say. I don't think anyone deserves the ridicule for their face. Although I will make it known. I don't support Dream, just in light of controversies. But I don't think anyone deserves to be harassed for their face, regardless of how you view said face. I don't believe harassment is ever justified, regardless of it. But that's just my take on that information. Oh god, I didn't mean to get launched like that. Oh shit. Oh, hey yo. Hey yo, we don't need to be doing this area is going to absolutely destroy me. It's gonna decimate me before I have the chance to even breathe. Yeah, I know he did. Although you could still find pictures of it online. It's unfortunate. I'm talking about other controversies though, other than the face reveal. Like, I'm not talking about the face reveal controversy. He has every right to want to delete his face after what happened. Like, that is so fine. I'm just talking about allegations and stuff of other things that I'm like, I don't know if they were proven, and nor do I care. Not my business. Not planning on doing anything with Dream. Not really my shtick. It was never my type of creator. We are not in the same sect. Will not hate on people who like his content. Just giving it a wide berth personally, because I'm not very big into like SMPs really, or speedrunning. It's never been my shtick. And given allegations, not really stuff I'm interested in even like dipping my toe into, if that makes sense. Because if they're wrong, great, they're wrong. If they're not wrong, I don't want to get caught in the crossfires of that, you know, because the internet, unfortunately, is very much a type of hive mind, in the sense where if you breathe support for somebody who does bad things, then automatically condone their actions, and it's like, that's not... I didn't know! I didn't know. Yeah. It's because people have sexualized him for years, then he didn't turn out like everyone imagined. Yeah, everything came out after the face reveal. Yeah, it's very unfortunate. All of it is unfortunate. And again, in terms of that, like, I'm not voicing a pro or a con, I'm just saying I don't support, like, the Crypt Ramses brand. Not supportive. Not antagonistic, but not supportive. We are... me and everybody else who works on this channel, because I do have artists and I do have editors and stuff like that, writers and all that. We all are pretty much on the same page of like, if it's true, shame. If it's not true, okay, great. But there's no way to tell with these sorts of things, unfortunately. There's no way of definitively proving or disproving. Especially not without like potentially harming victims in the process. So it's like, okay, if this goes to something else entirely and actually advances up the ladder of society, that's a whole different story. But for now, we're reserving judgment, we're reserving whatever, and just voicing that, hey, as a creator, we don't jive Nobody here watches his content. Nobody here really agrees with the allegations in sense of like what happened. And yeah, we're pretty much like the true neutral of the situation. So yeah. And honestly, that's valid. That's valid. If that's your feelings on it, I totally respect you in every way. Honestly, if you like him because he's a Minecraft creator, totally fine. Hey, I like game theory and MatPat, and people are like, oh, isn't he transphobic? And I'm like, I don't think so. So that's like something that I can understand too. It's like, hey, sometimes people say and do stuff that's really stupid, and whether or not they're true, we don't know because the internet likes to say stuff. And then on the other hand, sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong, and so you just kind of have to shrug it off and be like, all right. So I respect people for their opinions, and honestly, hey, everybody is blissfully ignorant until otherwise. So, you know.
Nothing seems to grow any longer. Day, night, seasons, all of them gone. The plants have no idea when to fruit. Everything is slowly dying except for the shield grass and the ironwood trees. Try as I might, I can't eat these. Paragon dandipaws.
Oh, he doesn't know the day or the time anymore. Alright. How much of the... Excuse me, I am burping so much. I am so sorry. Alright, so there's just the one area left for this. Have I even, like, gotten any of the...
Where do I start?
I didn't even touch a single anomaly. Oh boy. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised. And then Sid's over there. Sid's little icon's cute. I like it. Did I think I checked out up there, and there was a Void Runner cache in that way. I think I just have one yeah, I have one Void Runner cache left. Oh, that's right there. Okay. Why are you over? I don't like that you're just kind of...
Gotta start somewhere.
I don't like that you're just staring at me, my guy. Bro, another big topic for me. Markiplier, playing FNAF, he built that shit from the bottom, then didn't even have the nerve to offer him even a small role. Yeah, no, yeah, that was pretty upsetting. It's a damn shame. 'Cause, like, the thing about it is, you know, that sort of stuff, it's all corporate bogus, you know what I mean? That's just kind of how it goes, and it's just unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, and we can't know what's going on behind the scenes. Has Markiplier spoken about that? Like, has he talked about that? Because I don't know if it was a situation of, like, they didn't even offer it to him, or he didn't accept it, because I'm not too up to date on that. I just know that people are very upset about it, which is valid, because, you know, gratitude being paid to the fan base is only, you know, right. I am still very offended for him. Valid. Honestly, valid. I can't blame you for that. I don't know the full story. And honestly, it doesn't sound too hot. FNAF is just interesting as a whole. Maybe one day I'll play it for, like, Halloween, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, oof, there's a lot of shit going on there. I'm kind of scared to touch the games because there's just so much going on. I don't like that the eye is right there. That's a bit intimidating. There's a couple games that scare me, like, any battle royale game scares me.
Another one down. You can thank me later, Sid.
Like, fun fact, battle royale games scare me. I'm scared of their fandoms. So there you go. Fun fact about me. The reason why I haven't played Fortnite or anything is because I'm scared of its fandom. So I'm a plebeian. I suck at those games. And FNAF is in the same boat. I'm a little scared of its fandom. Their fandom intimidates me. It spooks me a bit. Although I do think it's a little shame that Markiplier has gotten very little in the way of notice. Like, is he even getting like a cameo, like, at least? Because that would like make sense, you know? For him to at least get like a cameo in the film. Right? Like that only is logical, right? Can you tell I'm very middle of the road in most things? Because I really am. I'm very much a middle of the road type person in a lot of cases where I'm like, I either don't have an opinion or I have like a very strong opinion. Oh, well, I can't get in there, so let's go back down here because there were, yeah, some shield recharges here. Grab that one. Can I grab this one? No. Come up this way. I might be able to max out shields in this area, maybe. Which would be very nice, all things considered. What? It looks good. Sorry, I was just asked about art. I can't share the art yet. I can't state anything about the art, but it is very exciting because it's an announcement that's going to be coming up very, very soon. I can say that there are going to be some awesome folks involved, and it's a great project. I'm very excited for next week when all that information starts to come to light. It's going to be a great time. So excited. I'm so hyped. Like, I wish I could just, like, spew about it right now, but I can't. I can't say anything. It's unfortunate. It makes me really sad. Alright, anything down there? I don't think there's anything down there. Oh, hello. Okay, cool. Alright, let's hop over here. Oh, nice. There is the guy over that way? Yeah, he is. Okay. I hate that I can't, like, hit him from, like, I can't grapple up to him for some reason. I don't like that fact. Like, I don't like that I can't grapple him. I feel like I should be able to, but I can't. It won't let me. It won't let me grapple him. Is there anything else in this area? It feels like there should be something in this area, and there's nothing. Oh, wait. Oh, I see. Okay, there is something up here. Alright, up here. I don't like you, buddy. Alright, pick that up. Up over this way. Oh, damn! A bastard got me good. Oh shit! I didn't kill him? Oh no! Oh no. Okay, there we go. God, I hate those things. Alright, I got that open. Okay, so now feels like a good time to actually take the break that I almost skipped. Alright, so we're gonna take a quick break. I'm gonna go use the restroom for a few minutes, and I'll be right back. I'd say we're gonna take a good 10 to 15 minute break, and then we will be, excuse me, back on stream for the next 2 hours, I think, is when stream ends, in 2 hours. So yeah, if that's interesting to you, if you want to stick around, keep chatting with me, chatting about random stuff, I'll see you guys then. All right? Make sure you go get yourself a snack, go get yourself something to drink, go get yourself coffee, and I'll see you guys in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. We are back to the stream. Yeah, I had a great break. I just really had to use the bathroom, honestly. I always do midstream, and it's not healthy to hold your bladder. So here we go. We are back. I hope you guys had a wonderful break. Hope you guys got some good snackies. Ooh. A good view of the whole of the Iron Root Basin. It's a little monster left as well. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, Ray. Chill. This game is a little too floaty. I love it. I love it so much, but like now on the second playthrough, I'm like, whoa. Whoa, Ray. Whoa, Ray. She just like launches herself in every which way. It's not even funny. Actually, it's kind of funny. It's a problem. Oh god. I'm trying to think of how many Void Runner caches. Oh, there's one right over there. I'm trying to figure out how many Void Runner caches I needed. Well, there's one over there that I haven't gotten because it's glowy. Let me have this plasma though. I want the plasma. Okay. Oh. You're up there. I see you. I know what you are. I know you're here. I could see the scorch marks, you little bastard. Fucking bitch. We don't tolerate that. Does she have little things on her, like, palms? She does. She has, like, little braces on her palms. Inspect.
It didn't stand a chance.
Oof. They got shot.
They set up the conduit. Not too far from one of the most beautiful trees I've ever seen. Funny thing, looking up at the canopy, I can almost forget for a moment where I am and what's at stake. The Veruki were peaceful and cared for each other. They had created a utopia. The Dross, the Ultravoid, they consume beauty and leave nothing behind. My planet's full of fools and hypocrites. But we don't deserve this. I'm glad we're destroying this place. Of course, we'll lose all account of what happened to these people, but what civilization would want to be remembered like this? I hope there's nothing left.
Yikes. Hey, yo! Suit grants rapid cooldown for your boosters. Okay.
You were right, Verse. I'll finish what you started.
Oh, this suit is pretty. Oh.
Stims. Verse loved these things. They only smell slightly worse than booster fumes.
Ha! Fair sentiment. Alright, freedom! Okay, so now I can just go and start just hitting these guys. So, there's one over there, and then the rest are over in that direction, so... I love how this outfit, though, looks. Like, look at this. It's so pretty. The bandages, they just look so good. I don't know. Maybe I'm biased. I'm probably biased, but I like how they look. I think they look very good. Oh, it's out here. Come on. Yes!
Where do these things come from?
You never know, right? You never know. I know where they come from, but I won't say. Snatch, snatch. This way. I love the music though, like it's so peaceful. Okay. I see that over there. Huh. Okay. I have to go up that way. Oh god, no, 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 no. Oh. Cool. There's plasma on that side, so I kind of want to just like grab this plasma since I've already gone up the one side. Just kind of grab everything that's in here. So that way I can like update my cells better. Okay. Nice! Oh, it's so satisfying to like take enemies out without receiving damage. Hey, yo, Crystal Boy. I don't even think I found this area before. Not that it's necessary, like I don't even think it's like counted towards completion progress, but... Oh, bastard. Nice! One more down. Hell yeah.
There's at least one more anomaly in this sector. Better scan for it.
Yeah, the guy is very spoopy. Why is Ray so pretty? I'm probably gonna draw her after stream. I'm in a sketchy mood. Maybe I'll share it on Twitter. I don't know. But she triggers my art muse. Pages torn from her journal.
Endless explosions last night. The sounds of wailing went all throughout the basin. I think the hunters have stopped. They were done, Daddy Boss.
Interesting. Oh, excuse me. I hate that there's like that little crystal poking through that's 100% on the roof. Let's see if I can get to it. Right. This is incorrect. Okay. This is not how this is supposed to be done. But you know what? I am not gonna change it. So that's all the way. Oh, it's in the one area. Okay. The one area that I got to incorrectly last time I played this game. which is really funny, and I'll have to show you guys it, cause like how I did it, cause it's just really stupid what I ended up doing. It was funny, but it was fucking stupid as all hell. Alright, let's come up here. Ray. Ray. My girl. Come on. No! That was incorrect! God damn it. Alright. Why, hello, Jay. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. We are playing Solar Ash, and I just fell like a dumbass. Welcome. It's great to see you. We're playing Solar Ash, which is a game by Heart Machine, the same people who created Hyperlight Drifter. And essentially it's a game about a girl who's trying to save her home world. It's up there from getting sucked into a black hole by going into the black hole herself and facing a bunch of themes about trauma and stuff. And that's kind of the whole merit of the story. So yeah, that's kind of what we're doing. We're having a good time. I hope you're well and that you are doing okay. Thank you for stopping by. It's lovely to see you every time that you stop in. I'm always super thankful for it. So hello. Feel free to tell me about your day. I'd love to hear about it. Alright, so I was gonna see if I can figure out what that crystal was and make sure I got it, but like I'm pretty sure I probably did, but like it's not worth human about. Although I do want to show you guys how I got into this area before, because as you guys have seen, I've been flipping the switches. But that's not how I got into this area the first time. So I've gotten the doors open, but that's not how I did it the first time. And it really sucked because I didn't unlock this door, right? Yet this guy who shoots lasers, I've disclosed that, he still shot at me through the door and hit me. So it was a little unfortunate. So I'm going to show you guys how I managed to get through here last time, because it was really stupid. You guys are gonna think I'm like an absolute dumbass. Let me see if I can find where I started. I think I started over here. I think it was this area. I hopped up here, and then I hopped up here, and I need to record this for posterity's sake. And then I knew this wasn't how this was supposed to be done, yet I did it anyway. And I just... Oh god. Okay. And I just... And that's how I got in.
Yeah.
And that is not how you're supposed to do it. So you get up here, and originally you might be thinking, Ramses, you're not in yet. And I'm like, oh, trust me. I will be in a second. See? There. That's how you get in. I'm in now. It's not right. That's not how you're supposed to do it. And I discovered way after the fact. Like a dumbass. Oh god, there's still ones up there. Where's the eye for those guys? Oh, can I not get hit, please? Alright. Oh, I see. Okay. Before I handle the remnant in this area, I am going to go back to Sid and see if I have enough to get the last shield cell, because I want to see if I can get that, because that would be nice to have. But first, let's come up through this area and just get rid of these guys, because they're annoying. Hop, 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 hop. And then that leads you up to those guys up there, which is then how you handle this. But I'm just gonna Get rid of that. And now that's available. But before I do that, I'm gonna go find Sid.
It feels peaceful. First time I've had a chance to collect my thoughts since I got here.
It's very pretty. We'll go down there as well. But first things first, I'm gonna go talk to Sid because I want my shield cell to be restored. Oh god. And also plasma.
Network interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Repair shield cell. Yeah, full health.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
I'll get you back online, Sid.
Full health at least until we lose it again, which will happen. It happens every time. That's okay. Where is... Oh, you're over there. Okay. Why did I go this way then? I'm a dumbass, that's why. Alright, we gotta come up this way. If I could stop, like, rebounding off of walls, please! Ray, please. Okay, now we're in here. I believe I can come down this way now. Eduardo Rockawaddle, Harvest Mosstail, Rio Pollentrotter, Jason Hillhovel, Jerson Kenai, Bryant Leaflover, Neeks Copsimane, Seabird Nimblejack, Neo Scrollneep, Eric Eats Mulch, Surf Sandtalon, eats mulch. Oh! That one's cute. Alex Prairie Stone. Okay, that one I recognize. I think these are all like developer personas, I'm pretty sure. And the reason why I say that is Alex Prairie Stone is very similar to Alex Preston, who is the founder of Heart Machine and the creator of Hyperlight, like the main creator, the person who writes the stories and stuff and kind of works on projects for Heart Machine is one of the main writers. And that is so funny. I'm pretty sure I could just cross-reference people who work at Heart Machine who are public with their names, like the people in the developers list in the credits, and just match them up to these. Kren Leichenhau, Lurk Pastorechen, Fenaris Fieldguard. That's so cute. I love that. Chelsea Hatshadow, Lane Snowsap, Carlos Ganderseed, Fern Grussel Opal. Oh god, this is a long ass path. Yevon Ham Whisker, Tiller Hackle Snoot, Zio Kinfoot, Sheev Ledge Lurker, Ledge Lurker? God, these names are incredible. Troop Gamble Damage, Alex Jewel Tone, Reich or Rich Vinehand, Johel Cord Stitch, Sky Blue Loot, Mio Nimblejack, I Sang Scale, Marsh Ashtail, Adams Marshtail, Reuna Frarwing, Simon Leichenhau, Cosimo Ground Loser, Emil Kitspaw, Cubtail Nimblejack, Sean Wilder Ward, Newt Grove, Wolfgang Weed Crown, Abdul Floodwaters, Jordu Copesball. These sound like warrior cats' names, and I don't know how to feel about it. You are gone. For just a moment, I die every night, and you are with me, but tomorrow keeps returning. Hundreds of flowers in varying states of decay. Looks like someone brings them here regularly. A stone with intricate Veruki carvings on it, like the ones at the Cliffside Temple. Someone has etched my beloved on the front.
Boris, I can't. I miss you too much. Everything I did for us. Please, forgive me.
This must be who she was looking for.
I should have listened to you, my love. There could have been another way. The cost, it was too great.
Lyris, they're gone. But you're still here.
You're real. I've been here before. Yes, so many times. To feel this pain, it's unbearable.
I'm sorry this happened to your people. But you have to move on.
The weight of it. You can't imagine. I've lost everything. I can't move on. No matter how much I try, this place won't let me remember. I want peace. In that way, I envy him. I want to be with him.
Apollo? Apollo? Apollo, what are you doing? Oh, you're walking towards me now. Everybody heard you meowing. What are you doing? You wanna come over? Come here.
He's looking for him.
No, he can't have him. Come here.
Dare I say?
No, stop. Apollo, you're staring at me like you want attention. I'm gonna kill you. Apollo, where are you going? You just howled for attention. You're jingling. Come here, Apollo. Okay, shush. No, he's not coming. He doesn't want to come. Anyway, that if you just heard that was my cat screaming for no reason. Anyway.
If I get my way, you won't have to.
All right. Story complete. Alrighty.
How many times she's been here before? The Ultra Void must be messing with her memory.
Okay, so now that we've gotten that all taken care of, and we've completed that storyline, which is very exciting. I don't think there is a storyline in the Iron Root Basin. At least I don't remember there being one, and if there was, you would just kind of like run into it, I think. So we're just gonna keep moving and destroy the next remnant area, the next disturbance. Okay, so, and also we have all of the problem enemy is taken care of, which is very nice. Easy. That one was short. I was expecting like one more hit. Alright, there he is, the Lost Sentry, a massive anomaly. And he is angry. And he will attack you if you're not careful. See? That's why we're just gonna go for it. Oh god. I forgot how annoying this guy was. Come on, we can do it! Yeah! Come on! We got this! Yes!
Never messed with a Void Runner before, huh?
Come on, buddy. Shoot me so I can hit you. She really like, you never messed with a Void Runner before, huh? Oh god. Come on! Yes! Oh, he not happy. Come on! Oh! Come on! Come on! Yes! They may be a tad distracted if you just message, but I'm sure they'll respond when they see.
Not so
Yes.
tough after all.
I think I already responded to all the messages in chat. Bastard! Wanna shoot at me again? Let's go! Last one! Oh, it didn't hear I was drawing. Totally fine. Oh, fuck! Oh, there we go. Come on. You can tell I'm out of practice on this game. Oh, no! God. Did you see it almost stepped on me? Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on! Yes! Hell yeah! Yeah, that one was hard.
What? Why are you doing this? Why keep dragging me back to this place?
It says foot.
I am not the cause. I am the effect.
Enough of your riddles, Echo. I have to save my planet, and then maybe I can save you. I know you're in pain.
Oh, you would help me. You interlopers drove this spear through my chest, left me to die in this place. Eons I've been a prisoner, and now you offer me the key.
So you are trapped here. Help me activate the starseed, and I'll free us both.
My torturer offers me a deal. How kind.
Torturer? I'm not your enemy, Echo.
Your every move intensifies my pain. Your blind ambition, all your good intentions. Everything you touch turns to ash.
Damn. Ah, there goes the shield cell. Fuck. Hey, yo, we're going to Fungi Land. It's gonna be a fun time in Fungi Land.
Ray, are you all right? You look not quite yourself.
I'm fine, just a little disoriented. I'm good.
We're glad you're okay. Unfortunately, we have some bad news. We found a signal from the XR Polaris, a repeating Mayday signal. We can't tell how long it's been transmitted, but judging from the rate of decay, a long time.
The Void Runner ship. Any signs of life?
From the ship's diagnostics, conditions are incompatible with life.
Damn.
But how is that possible? I know other Void Runners made it to the surface. This is making less and less sense.
We would agree that the logic of the situation escapes even us.
Sid, I'm alone here, aren't I? I don't know why or how, but everyone's gone.
Oh, that's a shame. All right, let's head on over to that area and head on in. Hopefully, because we've gotten all the Void Runner caches in this area too, so it'll be good to enter into that area and activate Sid. We might end it there. I haven't decided yet because that would be a good place to end it. We got the first two areas done, and this area, so we'll be able to get probably done the game next week, which will be very, very exciting. So I'm thinking about it. Let's come on and head on over there, and then I'll decide. I'll see how I feel. I might continue, or I might put off and just wrap it up next stream, so that way we're not starting something that we can't finish and not like cutting things off in the middle and kind of getting lost in the sauce, so to speak. Oh god. Oh, you're back? Oh, how annoying. You can't hurt me in a way that matters. I love the music of this game. Holy shit. It just sounds like a continuation of the Hyperlight OST. It's so good. I just love everything about this game. I could just wander around this game for hours, not even lying. Because the game, it just feels so good to play, you know what I mean? It's just such a good game. It has a beautiful story, a beautiful plot, a beautiful premise. It's Heart Machine doing what it does best. And for a development studio's first, like a game dev studio's first time doing 3D, it plays amazing. Which just makes it even more sad when you put it up against other games of its ilk. It really does. That's the point of the studio. Alright, we're in Shroomland now, guys. He's meditating.
Please, don't interrupt our connection. Please, Biotic. Time is short. We're woefully unprepared. We must draw energies for the road ahead.
Road? What road? The only thing out there is death.
We must reach all the stations. Receive the wisdom of the elders. My final day among the living draws short. My final day as myself.
What connection?
The mycelium network is the source of all knowledge. The elders know all.
Then let me speak to your elders. Countless lives are at stake.
Biotic? Speaking with the elders. Marvelous idea. Especially the part where you leave me alone.
Oof.
Do you know about the remnants? Do your elders know where they came from?
The elders know all.
Where can I find the elders?
Not here. Not here. Our hovel is just down the road, next to the Whispering Sanctum. Easier to answer questions in the comfort of one's home.
All right, Arik. I'm going to talk to the elders. I'll let you know how it goes.
Wait! Recite the Spore Song blessings to be granted audience with the elders. And, they'll probably think you're me, which is for the best. Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity, part the eternal veil and enlighten me.
Spore Song. Got it.
Oh, I have to remember that. I'm gonna struggle to remember that when I'm coming back to this in in like a week. Alright, got that open. New area! Look how pretty this place is. It's absolutely gorgeous. I don't think you can see the planet from here, can you? And that's terrifying. You cannot tell me that thing ain't terrifying. It's a bug boy. I love her response of just, ugh, lovely. Like, ugh, this guy's disgusting. Alright, and this whole area is a bit trippy, I'm gonna be honest. Like, I feel like I'm tripping out when I play this area. Because it's just, this is where I'm like, okay, disorientation is going to happen, whether you want it to or not, and it's just kind of like par for the course in this area of the game. Eternal Garden, Twilight Realm of the Umbra. Alright, so I'm gonna try and get some caches, I think. There's one up there. I can't get into this one because I need to... I believe there's a shroom that I need to open with. Yeah, a yellow shroom. Which I could probably find right in over this way, probably, I imagine. What is that? What is that? Something tells me that's not supposed to be there. And that's a graphical error. That's funny. That's absolutely hilarious. Alright, hello. Pages torn from a journal.
I now know that I am no longer on my own world. Maybe I died, and this is the afterlife. I'm lucky to have made a friend. He has shown me how to grow things on this world. Regular plants do not grow here, but fungus still does. Paragon Danipos.
I guess this is one way to pass the time in the Ultra Void.
Yeah. Honestly, just growing mushrooms. Do you guys like mushrooms? Would you guys eat mushrooms? I'm not a big mushroom fan. Why are you so scared?
Oh, it's you.
That sounds very offended. How dare you? Yeah, it's me. Sorry I'm not tall and spindly and have a beak. I don't know what to tell you, buddy.
What do you do here exactly?
I'm just a gardener, tending to the mycelium network that connects the void to the infinite beyond. At least, until today. I'm supposed to complete the ritual today, so the eternal cycle can continue. You see that unhatched sporling? It will replace me, until one day it too completes the ritual. Such is our way.
You don't seem too happy about this ritual, Auric.
You're leaving now, right?
Where are the rest of your people?
My people are Umbra, collectors of lost souls in the void, wardens of the eternal cycle. Only I remain to tend the garden. The rest have joined the mycelium network.
I'm so sorry. Your people are all gone? You're all alone out here?
We are void natives, not biotics like you. Fungi, pushing through the loam to enforce the eternal cycle. Life to death, to life. To defy that is our ultimate taboo.
I don't think I could ever accept losing someone I loved the way you do.
You're leaving now, right?
He's just like begging me to leave him be, but I'm not going to. I'm gonna ask all the questions so we can get that sweet, sweet lore.
Where can I find these elders, exactly?
Well, the speaker is probably the closest. She's under the Whispering Sanctum, at the very bottom, in the Dead Archives. The Keeper is close, in a cave surrounded by ancient bones. The Tender sits beside a lake of lava, far from here. A trip across the void. And from there, the Collector is in the graveyard, at the top of the lava ball that feeds the lake. And the antecedent, the eldest of all, well, only go there last, after you have spoken to the others. She sits in a crystal palace, buried deep inside an island in the lava lake. When it is time, I'll meet you there.
Thanks, Auric.
You're leaving now, right?
I don't need to know how the sports song goes.
Sorry to bother you.
Okay. Please, just go.
My guy, why do you hate me? My guy. A mushroom in a jar. This one is labeled Daryl. Your name and your mushrooms? My guy. Don't you think this hobby has gotten a little unhealthy?
I'm not sure what's in these packages. But I'm glad they're staying wrapped.
A strange wet egg sac. It looks like something is slowly moving to and fro inside the membrane. Oof. A mushroom in a jar. This one is labeled cranberry. What is that sound?
These look like bones from some weird biped alien. Only has 2 eyes. That's sad.
Wow! Wow! God damn. Weird biped alien only has 2 eyes. Damn. Thanks, Ray. Glad that you think we're weird biped aliens. Him, let me teach you Spore song, smiley face, Ramses. It's so accurate. A poem written by Arik.
Mushroom, mushroom, saprophyte, in the shadows of the night, what decaying limb or eye could feed thy moral symmetry?
God, he's trying so hard. A mushroom in a jar. This one is labeled rose. That one's not in a jar. A device with a turning table and a tracing stylus that moves from side to side. The label reads Kremini Gyrotic SL 1200. What is that noise? Is that the fucking egg sack? Because if so, I don't like it. A mushroom in a jar. This one is labeled... This one is labeled Theodorus Ruxby. That's so funny. Oh my god. Fucking cursed. Okay. Well, we're back here now. Oh, hey, yo, Void Runner cash? Hold up, let me grab these first. But hey, yo, Void Runner cash? Ah! I saved myself. I meant to do that, you know? I didn't almost die. No, not at all. I meant to do that, of course. No near deaths here. Oh, that sounded painful.
This glorious place. I can still hear the choir's echoing praise. I can still smell the sacred incense. The roots of this growth were set down long ago. But I taste its fruit now. Today. Tufty thinks she can control the star seed with careful calculations and measurements. But the only way to unlock the star seed's power is to surrender to it. We must feed it everything we have if we want to be saved.
Feed it everything. Is that what it takes to activate the starseed?
No, Ray, I don't think that's what it takes at all. Like, man just sounds like he's going crazy. Honestly. Oh, well, damn. I fail. Whoa. What's that? Alright, I gotta activate Sid. Hey, yo, Void Runner cash! Okay, hold on. Hold up. Hey, you can't. You can't kill me. Fuck you. I'm a bad bitch. You can't kill me. Misses. Okay, now I'm up here. I saw a Void Runner cache, and that's where I want to go. Ugh. There it is. So I hop across here. Yep, and then I hop that way, and then that does that, and then that does that, and then I hop. Whoa! Almost falls off. Like a dumb bitch. And then I hop over here. Oh shit! Hello!
What did he do?
What the hell?
The neophyte has heeded my wisdom. We shall see the starseed's glory in full relief. From the moment Tufty unearthed that ancient artifact, Hope's seed was planted. Now, we see destiny fulfilled. The end of our time, the beginning of a new one. It shines brighter than I could have imagined. To bathe in its scintillating rays at the end of the world is to experience the divine. Take us, Starseed, and grant our people safe passage. I have waited my whole life for the joy of revelation. Finally, here at the end, I feel it.
All right, new
If I
suit
find
part.
the rest of his logs, maybe I'll get the answer.
Interesting. Hey, don't predict my moves! Why did you dash into my path? Rude ass. Why, hello, Akio. We are playing Solar Ash. It's a great game if you've never heard of it. It's by my favorite game development studio, Heart Machine. And welcome. Happy to have you here. Oh god. Another cache.
These bones, ancient and colossal, they are from someplace out of space and time, someplace greater than our own. I think these creatures were worshipped. I walk among a graveyard of gods. The team has readied their conduits. Even as our communications fail us, I can feel the starseed's power growing, its vibrations intensifying. I can barely contain the jubilation.
No.
Starseed didn't save him. I don't get it.
As much as I want to say we're jacking in today, we are not. Instead, we are in a black hole. That's where we're at right now. So we're playing Solar Ash, which is essentially, it follows this girl named Ray, who's from a planet, that's the planet right up there, that starts getting sucked into a black hole, and she, along with a bunch of others, as she's part of an organization called the Void Runners, which utilizes ancient tech. They essentially plunge into the black hole using Void Runner technology, and the goal is to either destroy the black hole entirely or reverse its pull, so that way the planet is saved. That's essentially the plot, that's the synopsis, and in a meta sense, it talks about trauma and stuff like that, and it's very cool, very interesting. And it's a very good game, and I'm enjoying it a lot. But then again, I always love Heart Machine games. So yeah, it's a very pretty game, very floaty game. It puts games like Sonic to shame, unfortunately. Because a lot of the 3D Sonic games, they don't do the gotta go fast and platforming stuff very well. Whereas Solar Ash does, which is weird because Heart Machine is an indie studio, and this is their first 3D game, so it's a little weird. Yeah, black hole. A black hole. It's actually pretty interesting. And what I really like about this game is that they use actual, like, theoretical science to explain the premise, which is cool because, like, I'm very big into space. Like, that's one of my autistic special interests is space and theoretical physics, despite, like, mostly theoretical physics concepts, not the actual math that it goes into calculating it. But I love reading essentially simplified versions of the theory without, like, theories that are given without all the math involved, which essentially theoretical physics light. It's so fascinating to me to read about it and kind of, like, hear about it. And the actual premise that they use is stuff that has been theorized about. Like, it is a valid theory. Like, they're based off of real theories. So I think that's really cool. And I'm enjoying it a lot. It's a good game. Did I lose my... No, not my spore. Okay. So yeah, cool game, good game. Love this game. I already beat it once, but I'm playing it again because it's a good enough game to play it on stream with you guys so you guys can see it and get a taste for it yourself. And I hope literally everybody who sees me play this game likes it enough to play it themselves because it's one of those games. They don't. They don't, actually. I guess mushrooms. They could eat mushrooms. But for the most part, they don't eat anything, which is scary. A lot of them will just die, and that'll be the end of it. But it suggested mushrooms and perchance even berries of some kind. Okay, I got that open. I am not going after that right now. I could 100% do that, but I'm not going to because that's not what I'm doing right now. I want to get Sid back online. I don't know where she is, though. I lost her. That way. Oh, she's up there. Okay. Easy. All right, up here.
This structure looks undamaged. Was it built inside the Ultra Void? How is that possible?
I mean, Eric did say that they're creatures of the void, so that's probably it.
Critical systems offline. Repair network to resume functionality. Anomalous power sources detected. Sending location data to your multi-tool.
All right, Eternal Garden, nice. Oh, there's 6 in this one. There are 4 in that one. 4 in Iron Root. Well, there was 3 in the crater, so that makes sense that it just bumps up. That's 5, not 6. I can't count. There are 5 in this one, not 6. Last time I seen someone eat some mushroom, it didn't end so well. I mean, some mushrooms are edible, some mushrooms are less edible, some mushrooms are poisonous, so depends on the mushroom. But it seems like most of these mushrooms are fine. Like, I see a couple that are based off of Chicken of the Woods, which is totally edible. Caches.
Scan for Void Runner caches in the sector.
There are 2.
2! Ooh!
How can we help you?
I don't have enough to repair my shield.
We'll get you back online, Sid.
Most mushrooms are poisonous. Yes, that is true. That is true. However, they're mushrooms, though. You should be careful because they can be hard to distinguish whether or not they're poisonous. So always exercise caution. All right. Don't blame yourself. I thought there were 7. No, there are a lot of them.
We spend so much time fearing this void, villainizing it. But in here, I see all of this diversity, beauty. So many parts of the universe bonded by destiny. Holy places have a resonance to them, a resonance I am well familiar with, and this place positively vibrates with it. I was chosen to walk among these clouds. I believe. Yes, it is only fitting to place the starseed conduit at the foot of this shrine.
Pyatt, chill.
Starseed didn't save Pyatt. Why did he have so much faith in it?
Don't blame yourself. I thought there were 7. Yeah, I counted 6. I don't know why I did that. I think I don't know. It's sad, but I guess we're both just bad at math, huh? If in a situation that you need to forage for food, you're best off avoiding mushrooms entirely unless you have professional trainings. The best things for you to grab is just wild berries. Facts. I believe wild berries for the most part usually, if something is buried, it tends to not be poisonous because berries tend to literally exist for the purpose of spreading seeds 95% of the time. Like most plants, they create berries for the sake of spreading seeds. They don't create them because they wish for a defense mechanism. Usually, this is obviously there are no hard and fast rules when it comes to nature. There are some animals that were like, we don't know how they do this. They scientifically, they should not be able to do this. So I can't think of any off the top of my head, but the amount of times I've heard that when researching an animal is intense, where it's like, oh, we just don't know how they do this thing. So yeah, it's not a hard and fast rule, but usually if something has berries, it means it's probably not poisonous. Bro think he is the main characters. Yeah. Facts. Bees flying. Wait, why'd you say bees? Bees, LMAO, flying. Well, okay. That's not berries though, is it? Like, they wouldn't develop berries for that. They would develop, like, because not all flowering plants become berries. Oh, bees! Scientifically, they shouldn't be able to fly. Yeah, you just referenced the bee movie script on me. Fuck you. Fuck you and everything you stand for. Fuck you. You. Oh, I can't believe you just did that to me. Oh my god. You just bee-movied me. I mean, it is true. You're right. You're very right. Some species of bees should not, their wings should not work. And yet they do. But still, why'd you have to go and bee-movie me? You didn't have to do that. And yet you did it. For what? You little bastard. Stinky. All right, I have to find yellow spore. The last Void Runner cache, I believe, is by progressing the plot. So, okay, we got time. I think we have time. I think we can do this. So, let me just come through here, and we'll just grab this guy. All right. There he goes.
Ugh, I'll never be clean.
Technically, anything could fly if we use the proper tech for it. I'm I'm so okay. But like humans, can we just, speaking of which, speaking of scientific anomalies, there is no reason humans evolved to be as smart as they are. Like random, but there is like literally no reason for them to have done that. I mean, it paid off, but it really feels like it was just a random gamble, which sometimes happens in nature, but like there is like barely any like short-term evolutionary advantage to being smart. Especially as smart as humans have gotten, like maybe a little smart like crows, but not this far. This far is a bit much. Hey, yo? What are you? I guess it did pay off. Commune.
Looks like an Umbra Elder.
Elders. Think it's elders who dream.
Elders who dream?
In crepuscular infinity.
In crepuscular infinity.
Part the diurnal snail. Part the eternal veil.
Part the eternal veil.
And enlighten me.
And enlighten me? Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity? Part the eternal veil? And enlighten me?
She sounds so like so like troubled to be muttering all of this. Like she doesn't know what she's doing.
I am the keeper of the rites.
I wish I could see your face.
I died 10,044 cycles ago, whispering a prayer. I am Umbra.
Also, my Kazuha is now mostly finished. Valid. Good job. Enjoy building. I'm still stuck on child.
Your incantations are practiced and precise. You know the rites.
I know the rights.
But we see you don't understand the rites. They aren't just words spoken. What is spoken must become action. You shirk responsibility like an impudent spawning. Why do you refuse to join us in oneness, Arik?
Why is bro talking in slow motion? I don't know. Kazuha do be a support and didn't need anything crazy for artifacts. It's literally just triple EM main stat and EM on his feather flower. Yeah, that's fair.
You are not Auric. You are a soul separated from their time, space, selves, home. Leave us, fiend, and never return.
Fiend? You call me a fiend? I'm just here, bro. Do you know where the remnants came from?
I'm a stranger here, yes. But I'm no fiend. Do you know where the remnants came from?
EM stands for Elemental Mastery and CR stands for crit rate. Genshin stats, don't worry about it. Genshin has a lot of math involved, unfortunately, much to my dismay. I mean, you don't have to do big math, it's basically just higher number equal better hit, but it's figuring out which higher number does equal the better hit for a specific character, because it's not always obvious. For Kazuha, it's insanely obvious because it's Elemental Mastery. Like, he's 800 EM on an energy weapon and like 20 crit rate. Oh, to proc Favonius. Okay, that's good.
An unorthodox request. I will grant you audience. I will consult the network on the origins of the malignant forces of which you speak.
Can you stop speaking? That would be cool. Yeah, we hate math. Me and my homies hate math. I'm in a love-hate relationship with math. Honestly, fair.
Yes, we have seen the growing piles of swollen dividing masses. They murmur doubts that your question is genuine. You are not all you appear to be.
Bro, the fuck does that mean?
Your existence is a profanity. Go now, supplicant, and do not darken our path evermore.
You counted apples? I counted how many dish soaps Johnny had. Damn, this guy really just called me a plight. He went, "You're disgusting." You sense something shifting inside the spore.
Is there an Umbra in there?
Ugh. Look at all these corpses. Mummified like Buddhist monks. An Umbra, at one with their brethren. Dead, is what they mean to say. I don't know how many of you know about the self-mummification tradition that sometimes will happen by Buddhist monks. I don't know if y'all know about that, but it's pretty cool. If you don't know about it, look it up. It's very interesting and actually illegal in some places, but really, really cool. And very fascinating. It's like a whole thing. And honestly, well, kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not grotesque. It's, morbid. That's the word I'm looking for. While kind of morbid, it's still really interesting.
Network interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Johnny had everything back then. No. Thank you. Thank you, Manager Leon. Yes, morbid. I still don't have enough.
Back online, Sid.
All right. Over here. Fill that in. Cool. Shout out to anyone who got the TikTok, not TikTok, Vine I was referencing when I mentioned Johnny and his soaps. Because there's this specific thing I was referencing there. And it's really funny. But I don't know who's old enough or who was there when that was a funny meme of the internet. Mind your own business, David. Oh my god. I should make it a sound. I should make mind your own business, David, a sound. It's so funny.
What were you? And why were you here?
A poem written by Arik. No, not another one.
When as in strands mycelia grows, then my spores how sweetly flow, that liquefaction of thy molds.
Stop dissing him. Honestly, I never had Vine either. But I saw the memes when they came off of Vine and they were so good. I'll probably share that Vine in the server though, because I don't want to risk Twitch getting angry at me for playing YouTube. That's like something I won't do just in case. And also, I don't want you guys seeing my YouTube recommended. Fuck y'all. Y'all don't get shit for that. Y'all don't need to see my YouTube recommended. Nah, fam. Granted, I have nothing to hide. My YouTube recommended's pretty plain. But no. I ain't sharing that shit. Oh, yes. Soon I will drop into the big hole. so a little blue there. Okay. So I got the blue. Now I need to get the yellow, which is over there as well. Alright, come through here. No! No, absolutely not. Y'all ain't seeing shit. Also, I don't want to link my browser. Like my browser audio, I mean. It's really annoying to do that. And it doesn't give good audio quality either to play through OBS. So I'll send it to my server. And also plug for my Discord server. Here, plug for my Discord server. There we go. Shameless plug for my Discord. Oh no, not you. Oh shit. Ah! Okay, I got you. I might go to chat. I fear your YouTube rec. I'm probably on a watch list for some of the stuff I've researched on my YouTube. Not even gonna lie. Damn. No. So close, and then I got caught in the muck. Alright, snatch. Alright. No, let me go. Oh, yes. Hell yeah. Okay. Time to go into the deep dark hole. Whoop.
Here goes nothing. Just stay focused, Ray. You've been in darker places than this.
I fear your Instagram then. I've seen a lot of shit though on the internet, so I'm like, I'm not too scared, but like, ugh, that's rough. That's rough, buddy. Nobody likes it when their shit is full of dark stuff. I can... Alright, let's see here. Where is the... Oh, here. Okay, so climb up this way. Alright. Come down this way, and then I can open that. Nice. Alright, save progress, and we move forward. Oh, hello. Y'all are just here. In the dark.
Like I'm being watched.
Well, you are, Ray. Not another poem by Arik, please!
Falls upon me. The necrotic blight of time. A soul no longer.
Stop bullying him. No, I will not bully Arik. I mean, I will not stop bullying Arik. It's his poems. They make me die inside. And like, I'm a poem enthusiast. I love poetry, but boy, this boy, his slanted rhyme work is not good. Also, he kind of keeps like pushing me away and saying to leave him. And I don't know. He makes me angry right now. I'll probably grow to like him more, but he makes me angry right now. That one specific group chat, afraid to show anybody. There are some group chats where I'm like, oh man, I would die if I showed anyone this, but that's more out of embarrassment, not out of like fear. I would be more embarrassed to show people some of my group chats. this, as opposed to being scared to. Just because, like, I have no desire to engage in sketchy shit. I have no need for the sketch. What's in here? Oh, here's where the last Void Runner cache is. You're gonna go through my group chats? Joke's on you, I clear 95% of them. Like, half of them get deleted. I'm gonna be honest, other than like my Discord ones. My Discord is the only group chats that don't get deleted like within a day or two of me messaging in them. Cause if I delete a group chat in Discord, it just makes me leave the group chat and I don't want that. But at the same time, I don't like clutter. Like, I'm one of those people that has an email that's like completely empty other than like important stuff that I need to keep track of. I'm weird like that, you know? There is a Void Runner cache in this, around here somewhere. There is a Void Runner cache in this area. Just gotta remember where it is. But first, let's get this back. And then I'll come back through here. There is, in fact, a Void Runner cache in this room. I know there is. I remember there being one and having a rough time finding it back then too. So I'm like kind of confused where it is because it's not like, do I go there? Oh, it's over there. Okay. No, that's a save. That's not a cache, that's a save. Hmm. Hmm. Where is this cache? Yeah, I swear it's in this room. I promise it's in this room. Like, where? I'm gonna keep like going through this until I remember. I don't see it though. Where is it? Hmm. Is it not in here? Okay, so I'm gonna come back here because I might be misremembering, which is honestly totally feasible because I don't see where this could be. So I might just be misremembering stuff, but I swore there was a Void Runner cache in here. I don't know. I'm probably genuinely like misremembering the area, honestly. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna let that load in and try that again because what you're supposed to do there is go back, grind on the rail. I don't like that sound though. Come on. There we go. And we got another eye.
Another anomaly destroyed. This must be one of the Umbra Elders. How does the spore song go?
Elders who dream.
Elders who dream?
In crepuscular infinity.
In crepuscular infinity.
Part the eternal veil.
Part the eternal veil.
And enlighten me.
And enlighten me? Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity. Part the eternal veil and enlighten me.
I am the speaker for the silent. I died 27 cycles ago. My fingers entwined with my beloveds. I am Umbra.
I see you played Oof. I hope it played loud enough. I'm sure it did. Thank you, though.
You reach out
Okay,
again,
good.
but have yet to spread your roots in the heart of another.
Don't they know there's no one around to spread roots with?
Umbra must engage in communion to achieve diffusion across the great gradient of selves beyond. Wait. You are not Auric. No, you are a soul that stands apart from their oneness, who loves naught but their own ends. Your quest does not concern us.
Have you heard of the being called Echo? Can you tell me anything about them? Please. Lives are at stake.
Curious. I will ask the Silent Ones if they know the origins of the entity of which you speak. Ah. Yes, we have seen endless cycles of their fruitless struggle. They have been removed from the cycles of life and death. However, we hear whispers from the ground that they smell of Null. You smell of Null as well. The Silent Ones can offer you nothing but contempt. I must comfort them. Leave this place.
Damn, she just told me to get out.
Does Auric keep lighting all of these candles?
Seems like it. Alright. Ooh. Okay, so there is, I believe... It's not here. It's in here. Oh, here's where the cache is. Okay. Alright, so I was misremembering. Got it. Oh. And we're up here. There it is.
There is poetry to this place. The reaches of the universe, collected and working in concert, living their eternal rest in harmony. Is this a guiding hand? We came to destroy this void, but I do not wish to destroy a place of such beauty. Millions of simple minds are at a junction. Tufty has given up on the stars. Gozam seeks to tuck tail and run. They think too small. Our work here is not yet done.
Suit regains shield enemies when enemies are destroyed. Nah.
Did you go too far, Pyatt?
That would be great if not for the fact that, well, I don't need it. I regain my shield energy way too often to require that. Okay, so I've been through here, and I have the blue there. So now I need to light the yellow, but I've got to find where the yellow... I think it's over there, I believe. Oh god. Ray, don't fall. That would suck. Please. Thank you. All right.
Easier to get back this way.
Not another poem!
Oh, felicity to be set free from the cycle's cold duplicity, like death cap, which does split and splay, the biotic form of yesterday. To eat the living,
oh, it keeps
so
going.
it can grow, is the only life it knows. For it will one day too be primordial stew for something new.
Sounds like Rocky. Yeah, really though, he does sound like Rocky. Rocky from Lackadaisy. He does in fact sound just like him. Alric, chill. It ain't that deep, my guy. Hey yo, I finally have enough to replenish my shield cell. Up we go. Hey, yo. Alright, let me just find Sid. Where's Sid? Sid over here, I think. Yeah, Sid over there. And I have 2 more, which I'll probably get to next time, I think. But let me just talk to Sid and restore my cell.
Interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Repair shield cell. Hell yeah!
Finished installation. How can we help you?
We're back to max health.
I'll get you back online, Sid.
Alright, so... I'm gonna see... who is on. Alright, so... we're gonna call it, I think, for right now. Oh god, Ray, please. Because I don't want to start something and like get too deep into it and then just be like, oh, we only have 10 minutes left, like that would suck. But tomorrow we will be playing Assassin's Creed Origins, same time, same place. So if that's interesting to you, make sure you tune in for that. The day after we're playing Hyper Light Drifter. The day after that, I believe it's on Saturday. What do we play on Saturday? Hollow Knight. We're starting Hollow Knight on Saturday. And then on Sunday we are, which one is Sunday? Gosh, I can't remember my own fucking schedule. God damn. I'm a mess. Let's see. Sunday, oh, it's Project Eva. I should have remembered that. And then Genshin, and then, Mega Man Battle Network. So, Just the same stuff as usual. However, next week, make sure you're following my Twitter because there will be a very, very special announcement. So please tune in for that to see what's coming up because there is something very exciting coming up next week. And yeah, I would love to be able to share that all with you and make sure that you guys are up to date. But on that note, we're going to go raid somebody. I see somebody who is live and doesn't have a lot of viewers right now. A good friend of mine, so I would like to be able to show him some love. So guys, make sure you are kind, you are friendly, you share all of the good vibes, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for Assassin's Creed. So take care of yourselves and each other, my shopties. I'll see you next time. Sen up tea.